fries with gravy last night.
I now call the March 13th, day 2 of the Kansas Board of Education meeting to order. Welcome to everyone in attendance today. We've got quite a few guests, and Michelle will be joining us online. So we have 9 board members in attendance. Jim McNeese is not here today. I'm going to start things off by introducing Keith Dreiling, Director of Bus Safety, for a bus safety presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Watson. I'm Dale Brungart, Director of School Finance. I was just going to briefly introduce Keith and so forth. He's going to visit with you a little bit about unloading and loading regulations and statutes that are out there. He's also going to introduce or just visit with you about the process about the stop arm camera law and the possibility of that in the future, but he'll share a little bit of the details about that. But before we get started, I just want to say thank you to the School Bus Safety Unit for all that they do. They go around and talk. You'll see some of this. In fact, the title is Transportation Directors and Supervisors. This is the information they share across the state to those people and make sure that they are trying to give them the right information so that they're keeping our kids and students safe and so forth. So without further ado, I introduce to you our School Bus Safety Unit Director, Keith Dreiling.
Good morning, State Board. Thank you for the opportunity to come and visit with you this morning. I was asked to come present and let the board know a little bit about what we do to instruct our school districts when it comes to unloading and unloading the bus. And the slides you're about to see come out of a workshop that we present normally several times during the summer months and then once again just prior to the first of the year. And it's designed for transportation supervisors. And we use that term, supervisors, directors, which are required by law for the district to have somebody in that position. And depending upon the size of the district, it may be a dedicated individual, it may be the superintendent, it may be a high school principal. It just really depends. As you all are aware, you know, we have 286 school districts in the state, so they're all unique in their own way. And consequently, we put this program together after I came on board about 11 years ago because there was nothing in place. Every year we'd have about 15% turnover of new people coming in, and they just were lost. They had no idea what their legal responsibilities were, you know, what this job all curtailed. And this is basically to help with this. And like I say, these slides come directly out of our transportation basics workshop. And like I say, it's about a 6-hour workshop. So do I advance the slides here or does somebody else do that? There we go. We basically take everything right out of the state law. And this is a KAR that specifically addresses school transportation. And here again, we use the term transportation supervisor, but a lot of times we'll say director. They're responsible by law for all the routes and stops. It's all under local authority. Each governing body, they adopt their own procedures. We do give them pointers and everything on what that should include. But like I say, they need to comply. And here again, it's not a one-size-shoe-fits-all. By law, the transportation supervisor has to give special consideration to any type of road condition or any type of safety concerns when planning their routes. And if something is encountered, they need to deal with the appropriate authorities. And you say, well, what's the appropriate authorities? Well, this would be for maybe school bus stop ahead signs, this type of thing. If visibility is less than 500 feet, by law, they're required to notify the appropriate authority, which may be the KDOT engineering, the county engineering, or maybe the city engineer, and basically work on making sure those signs get in place. By law, they cannot establish a stop on an interstate highway, state toll road, or limited access roadway. And also within the last 11 years, when we did do a small revision, we did add that they cannot cross more than one lane in each direction, excluding a turn lane. So we don't want students crossing, you know, four lanes of traffic. 8-way lights, each school bus is required to have them. And they're required by law to use them anytime that they do loading or unloading on the roadway. State law basically governs that they are to be activated. The amber lights at least 200 feet prior to the stop and no more than 1,000. And most of the buses, the way they are built, once they activate those amber lights, the red light is basically automatic, determined by the door opening. So in other words, the bus driver's coming up on the stop, they turn on those 8-way amber lights to warn traffic. They come to a stop, they make sure that traffic is cleared, they open the door, and then the red lights and the stop arm come out and they activate, letting traffic to know they're required by law to stop. This is a slide right out of our program. This is historically the most dangerous time for students is when they get on and off the bus. We tell the districts they need to establish rules in compliance with the reg. And here again, if the district can load off the roadway, in other words, like farm places and this type of thing, where a school bus can pull into the yard, make a turnaround and pick up the students on private property, we basically applaud that, and a lot of districts do it all possible when they can. If they have to cross the roadway, they can only cross in front of the bus. If they are crossing the roadway, the driver is required to have a signal by law. In other words, he looks, make sure all traffic has stopped. And here again, we don't dictate the signal, but most of the time it's a thumbs up or a finger wave or this type of thing. We make sure that the districts are making sure their drivers are doing this. We tell them, if it is, there's nothing that prohibits them from having a stop on a 4-lane roadway. They just can't, the students can't cross. And if they are stopping on a 4-lane, they need to be in the far right lane. And then we tell them to make sure that the students have moved a safe distance away before moving the bus. And why is that? Well, historically, we have a lot of instances where they maybe drop something, they go after it, and the driver's not aware, and then the driver or the bus runs over the child. So we always tell them to make sure that you count heads because there's so many blind spots, to make sure that all the kids have moved away and nobody went after something that they dropped. Vehicles don't always stop for the stop arm, which we're going to talk a little bit about also today. These are slides right out of our program. Here again, sometimes schools will think that maybe stopping on the shoulder is safer, and it's a violation of law, and we don't believe it is safer. Like say, in addition to be a violation of law, it confuses traffic. A vehicle that stops on the shoulder, you get the motoring public, they don't know what to do. And we have cases where they've done this and then they stop in the driving lane. So you have both the shoulder and the driving lane blocked at that period of time. We don't want them stopping on the shoulder. Here again, by state law, it's illegal, even with the 8-way lights on. This is where we want the bus to stop. If it's an improved shoulder, out in the driving lane, that's what that bus was designed to do. It's the only vehicle in the United States that's actually a traffic control device, the only one with a stop arm on it. I'm a retired state trooper after 28 years. I had red lights and everything on my cars, but like I say, I was not an official traffic control device, and whereas a school bus is. This comes right out of the CDL manual, talks about the danger zones and vehicles passing on the right. 28 years as a state trooper, I enforced stop arm violations. However, until I took this job, I had no idea that we had vehicles passing school buses on the right side. And like I say, I'll show you the numbers on that here shortly in one of the slides. This is a video out of Minnesota that be prepared.
Base to 58, Arnold car riding. They said that it looks like Donald Sterling's going to have to pay out $664 million for what's going on here.
Here's one perspective. You don't think that NBA teams or Major League Baseball, football teams make money? They're going to get all for the entire beat, like giant empire.
Yeah, but the
is the reason why we don't want the bus over on the shoulder. If the bus had stopped on the shoulder and, what happens is traffic stops because they don't know, they see kids getting on the bus, they know by law they have to stop, and it just confuses the motoring public. So consequently, we use this as an example of why not to stop on the shoulder. This came out of Minnesota from my counterpart up there. The judge that eventually heard this case basically sentenced the truck driver to a year in jail because he was so scared by about almost what happened here and by his distraction. National School Bus Survey, illegal passing. I belong to an organization called NASDIPS, which is the National Association of State Directors of Pupil Transportation, which due to the nature of the assignment I have is what my position, that's what the national people view me as. As such, we participate in a one-day count, and we have been for a number of years. The NASDIPS organization estimates that there are 16 million violations per day in a school year. So anyway, 16 per year, excuse me. And here again, you know, we send our survey out, we participate this, and usually it's in the spring. These are our stats. Like I say, I started with the agency in 2013. Back then, the agency was reporting directly to the national organization. And in 2017, we made the move to where we collected the data first so that we could look at it and see, and basically we wanted to know what districts were participating. We also, at the request of the patrol, wanted to add some additional information. It's quite an endeavor. Here again, you can see the stats. And if you look, passing on the right side, usually we have a couple of dozen every year. Last year we had 18 that passed on the right side of the bus. And it just scares us half to death that something could really be bad, because that's where all the kids are normally before they board the bus.
Keith, I just want to make sure that's one day.
Just one day.
That's a one-day sample that they report to us every April. So you're not seeing a month, you're not seeing a year. That's a one day, what bus drivers are reporting to us.
That is correct. And here again, that's just a snapshot, and we don't even have 100% participation with the districts. And we usually estimate that we have about 1,000 a day on a school day. Here's some additional information we started collecting at the request of the patrol. We've had numerous conversations with them over the years saying that we've got a problem here. And of course, then they said, well, you know, how are these occurring, on what type of roadways, you know, so that we can kind of look at that also. And that's just some extra data that we collect that they don't collect on the national side. What surprises me is they're even passing the bus on gravel roads, which I thought was really unique and different. Which moves us into conversation. House Bill 2251, which is the current House bill number. There was one introduced a couple of years ago and of course died. Then this one was reintroduced. And basically this is an act that would allow school districts to put cameras on the bus. It would make the violation a civil penalty in these particular instances. Our law enforcement is stretched thin, just like any occupation out there. You can't hire law enforcement. We have trouble hiring teachers, nurses. So many different professions are struggling to find good qualified people, law enforcement included. So consequently, they're stretched thin. A lot of states have enacted this type of legislation. It basically puts a camera on the bus that would capture the violation. A tag would be run, and then the owner of the vehicle would be issued a, I hate to use the term citation, but it's actually a civil fine that they would pay. It would not go against their driving record. And I've got a couple more slides here that will explain all of this to you. Here again, you know, the first step, if the bill were to pass, the districts decide if they want them. It's not mandatory. The district can elect not to have them. The contracted company installs multiple cameras on the bus and at no cost. There's no cost to the school, no cost to the state. When a school bus activates its stop arm and flashing red lights, the system detects and captures the image and within the enforced zone. Here again, that technology is just getting better all the time. That basically eliminates the company have to sit there and watch hours and hours of video. I mean, the software automatically pulls those violations out. Like say when the technology, when it detects that, it pulls that clip out and only that clip out. Somebody at the camera company looks at that and says, well, yeah, this looks like a stop arm violation to us. And then the bill would require a second verification. And basically at that time it would go to a law enforcement. Here again, I think the bill specified the patrol or somebody on contract to them. They would look at the violation and say, yes, that's a violation. Go ahead and move forward. Or they would say, no, that is not a good violation and disregard it. And here again, like I said, when the patrol would look at it or their whoever does this, the law enforcement person, they would look at the location of the alleged violation. They review the recorded images, and of course, they would also capture an image of the vehicle, and then along with the registration plate, which was prima facie evidence that this vehicle ran it. And one of the reasons for that is that if we currently have a criminal statute on the books, and being prior law enforcement, I can tell you it basically has to be on view. I mean, the officer has to see it, and you have to be able to positively identify the driver. Using a stop arm camera to positively identify the driver just causes all kinds of problems, with the legal system. And with just using the tag as a civil violation, it's like I said, it's prima facie evidence. We've got a picture of a red Ford pickup. It bears registration plate, blah, 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 and it comes back to Commissioner Watson. He gets issued the citations. And we don't care who drives it or who's driving the vehicle, this type of thing. If he loaned his vehicle to the neighbor, he's still responsible. Now, there is a appeal process. If Randy would say, hey, my pickup was stolen over the weekend, I had nothing to do with this, and then of course that would be taken into consideration and the violation would be dismissed. Here again, the original bill set up a fine of $250. Here again, it's a civil violation. That money would be broke down. Majority of it goes to the camera company because they've got the most invested in all this. Some of the money would come out and go into a safety fund that would be used for educational purposes and also to pay for that verification by law enforcement. Here again, this slide is right out of our program. And we always tell the schools, the safety of the student is the most important thing. They're transporting, our basic, most important resource we have out there, our special cargo, our kids. And that's what we always remind them. It's always about the kids and the safety of the kids riding the bus. And that concludes my PowerPoint presentation. At this time, I'll open it up for any questions that you may have.
Yep. Thank you very much for the presentation. I want to acknowledge and invite up Representative Scott Hill, who carried this bill. And then we'll open it up for questions from board members. Already got at least one.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Hill.
Good morning.
I don't know if you want to say a few words before we go into questions, or?
Yeah, let me touch just a little bit on 2255 and a few things. I wanted to start off by thanking you for the opportunity to come over here. This is special to be in front of the board. I appreciate what you guys do. And, this morning when I came over, there's a few days every year that you go, every day should be like this. And as I walked across from the Capitol building, today was one of those days. And so if you get the opportunity to enjoy some time outside today, be sure and do that. I'm not sure we're going to be able to. I'd like to start off when I'm talking with some sort of story or joke or something like that, this really isn't a subject that you can find anything. I mean, this is a really, really serious subject. And when you saw that video of the semi blowing by, you realized that that was within a few inches of taking somebody's life, right in front of a bus driver. And we know that there are 30 to 100 people killed every year in bus accidents. That's not a huge number, okay? Nationwide, it's not huge, but if it's your child, it's huge. And if it's your bus driver or your EMT, it's huge. And so I think it's important to recognize that Kansas does a lot of good things with school bus safety. You know, I really appreciated Keith's presentation about what our regulations are, the way we train bus drivers, the challenges of getting bus drivers. I mean, that's an increasing problem. And I want to make it very clear that my desire to come and talk to you about bus safety is not an indication of a failure on the department's part or the school bus safety part of the department. I think they're doing an excellent job. I think we need to continue to look at what we can do better and how we can stop that one incident from happening. And one of the things we've talked about is obviously House Bill 2251, which is now dead, by the way. It's officially dead because it did not get blessed. I had a hearing scheduled on it, and the hearing got canceled. And so it's taken me a little while to figure out exactly what is going on with 2251, what's the problem with it, because it seems to make sense. Well, it's fairly complicated, but you know, the biggest thing comes back to an invasion of people's privacy, and people are nervous about that. There's probably some other things involved too, but I think we do not have any provisions in state law right now that allow for civil penalties to be assessed off of video cameras. Other states do that. Kansas has never started doing it. In fact, I was a lucky recipient of a civil fine for turning red or turning right on red in another state. And not that it was illegal in that state, but that particular intersection, they had a sign that I missed, and they had a camera up there, and they sent me a little nice thing in the mail, very pleasant. If I spent $250 or whatever it was, sent it in, it'd all go away. Okay, that's kind of what we're talking about here, is identifying those drivers. Visited with the Speaker of the House, because it ends up coming back, that's where it comes back to, is the Speaker is the one that said this bill isn't going to be heard. And and I'm just being totally honest with you of what I found out there. They're not comfortable establishing civil penalties. They need to watch a few more of these videos of people going by buses. 1,000 times in a day is a shocking. I mean, if that didn't shock you, you need to consider your sensitivity, because 1,000 people going by buses in a day, and 40, one year there was 48 that passed on the right-hand side, which is the bus loading side, which, you know, you saw that video. You had a trucker that was totally unaware that there was a school bus even ahead of him, wasn't it? I mean, and which might lead us to talking a little bit about cell phone use while driving or in a classroom. But I will continue to work on 2251 or that concept. I mean, I will introduce that bill next year, assuming I get reelected and I'm back here. I will do that, but it makes me think about, do we need to consider, are there ways we can do something similar without legislative approval? Can we put cameras in buses? I mean, you know, your council can tell you this, whether you can or not. Can you put cameras in buses? Can you publish on Facebook people that drive by? Can you publish video on Facebook of people that drive by? I mean, I don't know whether this is possible, but in many cases, people being embarrassed on social media might be a stronger deterrent than the $250 that you just pay and it goes away. That maybe there's something we can do. Maybe we need to make a bigger deal of this before another child gets hit. Now, I want to talk just a little bit about regulation too, because Keith talked about, let's see, I got to get those numbers right, but it's 9138.3, and then he didn't mention it, but he talked about 9838 or 38.8. And my wanting to talk to you is encouraging a change in probably 38.8. Other words, in that section of regulations, we talk about whenever possible. So if a bus is in a schoolyard, we say that whenever possible, that bus should be unloaded so that children are not exposed to traffic, or loaded when they're not exposed to traffic. I would like to see some similar wording put in where you are loading and unloading children on a roadway, that whenever possible, that they are not exposed to oncoming traffic. And that would have addressed the issue that happened in Dickinson County that you heard about last month, as would have, as is already in regulation, that they can pull into the farmyard. Those two things, either one of them would have eliminated the issue that we have had to deal with. And so I think it's a low impact regulation change that encourages bus facilitators, the transportation executive in the district to look at bus routes and the way they're laid out and see if we can maximize the number of children that are picked up curbside or near side. And I think that's a low impact thing to do. It involves a regulation change, but it's a minor regulation change. And I think it could be done, and I would really encourage you guys to look at doing that. I think, the numbers are low, our safety is good, but we can make it better. Let's see, somebody talked to me this morning about something that maybe should be encouraged too, is check in and check off of buses. Some school districts do this, and that it allows a permanent record of who's on a bus. So if there is an accident, like in some cases a bus ends up in a river, or if you have an issue with a parent calling up and saying, my child didn't get off the bus, then you have a record. And what some school districts are using is like a tablet where the child checks in when they come on the bus. And so, that might be something that could be encouraged through training as well. But another safety issue that could be a thing. With that, I'm going to answer any questions if I can. And if I have just a few minutes left, I would like to talk a little bit about cell phones too.
Thank you, Representative Hill, for being here today. It is really nice to have people come across the street and actually have these conversations with the board. I think there are definitely opportunities to continue to work together here on this. So I do have a handful of questions. We'll probably need to bring Keith back up, but I'll start with Betty Arnold.
And while he's coming up, actually, some of the questions that I had, you've already answered. And I'm certainly pleased to hear that some regulations which will eliminate that one lane being acceptable, that there's something we can do about that. But I clicked my questions on before I knew you were going to come up. You did a great job of anticipating my questions. I guess that's what great mornings do for you, so thank you.
That happens to me all the time on the floor. We have little lights and you click them and then somebody deals with what you're going to talk about for So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to Michelle Dombrowski on Zoom.
Thank you very much. Also, well, thanks for the presentation, and it brought up a lot of questions. So when I was listening to that presentation, I thought about the most defensive drivers are the most like even the insurance companies will tell you are the newest drivers, the ones that have just gone through driver's ed education, the ones that have just recently read the book, from front to back, assuming that every single thing is going to be on that driving test because they know it's pass fail. It'd be interesting to find out if there have been any changes made to that, knowing that these things happen across the country on a daily basis, especially here in Kansas, are maybe a lot of the times the questions that are being missed on those tests are the bus questions. It's possible, but then you're going in to get your driver's license, and a lot of times it's just an eye test. You're not going through that whole book again. Most people aren't. You as a responsible driver, you probably should be, but I'm just thinking about the questions as far as how can we engage the public to know that when you're just going in to get your driver's license, you may want to go over a lot of these laws and things, especially if we change a law. How are we going to get out, make that in that book to know that, hey, everything could be and should be on this exam. I'm just trying to think of a way to be proactive, that we can inform the drivers, because a lot of drivers, you're going to have people that are moving in and out of Kansas. They are maybe new to the country. There's a lot of different things, and I don't know. I don't even know as far as like the tests. I know that probably my sons are more defensive drivers than even I would be, because they've just gone through that most recent training, and they've recently read that book. So any thoughts on that as far as what we can do with maybe just being, even just the test that they're taking on that, just to know the importance of that, because the questions that are being missed are the bus questions. And then if they never go back and rehearse and they missed them, I passed it. That's all that matters. I got my driver's license. So those are just questions that I had, as far as maybe that's the question that's most being missed, and it's the one that they least care about. And again, most kids coming out of a high school, or parents picking up their kids, are going to be the ones most likely following a bus, and would be the ones that would be maybe more cautious than those that don't experience buses on a daily basis. Just my thoughts.
Let me, there's two different things here we're talking about. So if we talk about a change in regulation that would encourage pickup of children on curbside, that just is a matter of training with your transportation supervisors, which they do every year, as Keith mentioned. So that's a fairly simple thing on getting that information out. But the information that's really important is the drive-by information. And as you were talking, something clicked in my head of, what about insurance? And I don't know what the legal ramifications of this is, but if insurance companies could be contacted and said, do you know your insuree is going by school buses? I mean, that would be a pretty powerful thing to get people to pay attention. As far as improving the test questions, I think that's a great idea, because it obviously, I mean, to me, when I took driver's ed 173 years ago, that was imprinted into me. I never, ever, ever drive by a bus. And something that's interesting, and most of you probably don't realize this, but if you are colorblind, which I am, the lights don't look any different. I mean, I can't tell the difference between the red and the amber light, but yes, the stop sign's out there when the red lights are on, but I just never go by a bus if there's lights on. I mean, I'm really cautious going by a bus if there aren't lights on. But it is something that for a colorblind person, those lights, really the red and the amber doesn't make any difference. The stop sign out does, but the lights are the same. If you're colorblind like I am anyway, there's different types of colorblindness, but very good comments about, and that would be something we could talk to the Highway Patrol about. Keith, I don't know if you want to add anything.
I do.
on this.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. A couple of things. In fact, we just had a conversation with Mr. Brungart earlier this week about the education piece of it. And, you know, we decided amongst the school bus safety unit that we will come up with a program basically geared at new drivers and we'll come out and present it. We just asked the schools to invite us in for a school assembly. We can have something that would last 30 to 40 minutes, you know, class period, and basically talk about school bus law and when to stop and what can happen if you don't. My partner Dennis, he and I are both retired troopers. Like I say, we bring a wealth of experience to the table on this. The second thing is I want to circle back to the stop arm cameras. And here again, like I say, as a state trooper, I originally, early in my career, I was tasked with enforcing the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. And I'm looking around the room here, and probably all of you dealt with this. Is that correct? Yeah. And how many of you violated the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit? Yeah, sure. And what was the thing? You were pretty sure that you weren't going to get caught. And if you did, the fine back then really wasn't that severe. We believe the same thing is going on with school bus stop arm violations, is people do this because they don't believe they're going to get caught. And like I say, I think we have around about 4,000 school buses in the state of Kansas. And these camera companies are not going to come out and put cameras on all 4,000 buses. Really, all we need is cameras on one bus. And once we get it and we get the media push and all that, that will be a deterrent in itself for people to pay more attention and not run the stop arm. So, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was on the original committee that Keith put together. That's been several years ago.
Yes, sir.
And I want to applaud you for taking up this challenge. I find it extremely frustrating. I believe, if I'm correct, that it actually was heard. I testified twice, or maybe 3 times, in the Judiciary Committee, and I believe it actually was voted out at least twice and never got above the line. Now, I believe this is correct too, and this is, Keith, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that if I run on the turnpike, that I can get a ticket.
If you do not stop,
If
right,
I don't stop, or if I
pay
don't,
your
if
toll,
I run
correct.
it without my K tag, so we're already doing that in Kansas that way. I find it extremely frustrating, and I find the argument that is keeping it all done to be bogus. And I don't know how to deal with that, but this is critically important. Kids are going to die because we're not taking this seriously. And if we can do stuff without legislation, I'm all for that. Let's do everything we can. But this particular issue we can't do on our own. But I can assure you that we are enthusiastically able to work with you to do what's necessary to get that done. And while I've got the microphone, at least I've always been concerned with the fact that we have a 2.5 mile, we don't fund anything less than 2.5 miles. And, you know, my experience is all rural. So you're walking down a gravel road, if there's, you know, there's usually ways around that. As a matter of fact, in my school district, if we had room on the school buses, we picked them up if they were inside of the school, if we still had room. So, you know, that's not, but in suburban and urban areas, that's a whole different story. So I would like, while we're talking about school bus safety, I would like at some point for that to be revisited, because I think that's a danger. But my bottom line is that we are willing participants, we're willing and enthusiastic participants, and want to get this done because I think it will save lives. And I agree with Keith. The first time somebody gets caught and complains about it on social media, we've won the battle.
Mr. Porter, it probably would also be appropriate to point out that you were on the committee, and as you recall, the Kansas Chiefs of Police, the Kansas Sheriff's Association, and the Kansas Highway Patrol were all in favor of this legislation.
And the Turnpike Authority was there
Yes,
too.
and the
Yeah.
Turnpike Authority, yes, sir.
So,
Thank
yeah,
you.
with the law enforcement was all for it. So, but anyway, bottom line, thank you.
Well, not much I can add to that, other than the fact, reiterating that the real value is not that we arrest everybody that goes by a school bus. The real value is getting the information out there that people are doing this. And so, if we think about it from that perspective, even if we can't get something passed over there, maybe there's something we can do. Because I mean, obviously this year nothing's going to happen because the bill's dead at this point in time, and we're in wind down mode over there anyway. But I mean, and I'll work on anything next year too. I mean, I'm not opposed to that, but we need to think creatively too, because what is perceived in our world today on social media is one of the most powerful things out there. I mean, it is honestly more powerful than a $250 fine. And is there something we can do? Maybe there is. I mean, I'm willing to keep talking about it and see, if there's something we can do in the meantime. But I'll support the bill when it comes back over there, and I'll work on leadership, but you know how that goes.
Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Scott, for coming over here and also your input from law enforcement. That's really important. I think that we see that the issue is a lot bigger than what the general public even knows about. I'm a little concerned about the privacy issue that is holding the law back, and because of security cameras being everywhere. I mean, there's other law enforcement that is reinforced by security cameras. So what is your impression on that?
So, and I'm not a legal person at all, okay? I do know that so if you drive in Germany and you speed, you're gonna get a picture taken and you're gonna get a ticket in the mail, okay? That's the way they do things in Europe. And they don't really even have people on the turnpike or the Autobahn over there. They don't really have law enforcement. They just have cameras. So that started to happen in the United States as well. And my understanding is that there was a case that went all the way to the Supreme Court, and it has to do with a camera is not considered a legal accuser, okay? And in the United States, you have the right to face your accuser in court. And a camera is not considered an illegal accuser. And so the concept of doing anything that is criminal is thrown out. But what this is talking about is doing a civil penalty. Now, are you as a board prevented from issuing a civil penalty to someone? I have no idea on that. I mean, the Turnpike Authority, Jim talked about, the Turnpike Authority does that currently. Whether, your department, your board can do it, I have no idea. But we need to do everything we can to stop this from happening. It is a blight, for lack of a better term, to think that every day there's 1,000 vehicles going by school buses. I'm appalled.
Well, and I think it's really significant that when you made the point about, I think that just one bus per district would be a good message to the public. I mean,
Yes, sir. We would
That would be
anticipate if the
very
bill were to pass, Wichita would probably be the first one that would jump on that because based on our statistics that we accumulate, I mean, that's where the most violations occur. And here again, like I say, the camera companies, they're in it to make money. I mean, they're not gonna put it on a bus in southwest Kansas that never has a violation. They're wanna target where those high, violation, corridors are. The same way that the patrol did years back with aircraft enforcement. We weren't running aircraft enforcement on county blacktops or this type thing. We were running it where they would do the most good as far as slowing the public down. And the same concept would apply to stop arm cameras.
I'm just wondering whether we couldn't do some kind of a pilot test, you know.
We have some
resolution.
school districts that have purchased cameras on their own that are running them. And I mean, they share videos with us all the times. But here again, the enforcement aspect of that is pretty tough because we have 105 county sheriffs, 105 county attorneys, and they all have a different view of you know, how that can be enforced and how it cannot, so.
Okay, well, thank you.
I have two quick,
Could I add just something on that, Dennis? I think any information that you guys can put together as far as pilot, if you have some cameras right now, putting together information, videos of people going by, counts of people going by, you know, all of that would be helpful, because I know when I visited with the speaker, he's like, well, get us some information. And so that is the best way to get this to go forward is doing if, and I'm excited to hear that there's a pilot already out there. So, you know, summarize that in a report, get stuff to us, and it helps with ammunition up there. So really appreciate that question.
just two quick questions for whichever of the three of you can answer them. How much is the ticket right now? If an officer witnesses someone driving past the bus, what's the fine?
Well, I can tell you probably what the fine is, but the court costs are the one that changes all the time. So it's right around $400.
$400,
so, with
okay.
court costs, a little over maybe.
And then some buses have a longer stop arm than others. I'd be really interested in seeing data on whether that longer stop arm is making a difference as well.
We have not, there are some issues with, there is a company out there that is producing what you're talking about, the stop arm that extends out. We have not allowed them here in the state of Kansas. First off, they're not addressed by federal motor vehicle safety standards. That says that, yes, you can do this. And of course, their response is that it's not prohibited. And we said, we can't go down that rabbit hole because you'd never stop. So until either the national standard or federal motor vehicle safety standard says, yes, you can do this. The second thing is they haven't been crash tested officially. So we don't know what happens if you know, a vehicle hits one of those and they come off and go through a bus window and hurt somebody. The third problem that nobody seems to be willing to talk about, when that arm comes out, basically it puts the vehicle left of center. Which, and this is what we point out to the camera companies when they come around. So we have basically said in Kansas, we've made the determination that they don't comply with state law based on those three things.
Okay. All right. I don't see any more questions, and I think there's a lot of conversation yet to be had here. So I would say the board is definitely not done with this. We will be back in touch. Representative Hill, I know that you wanted to talk a little bit more. I can give you, we're already over time, but I can give you a couple of minutes if you want to come back to the mic.
So a lot of you are probably aware that I introduced a bill to prohibit cell phones in classrooms this last year. We had a hearing on it. I thought it was a really good hearing. We got a lot of information on it. I think it's something that we need to be working together on. And I believe that all of the data out there shows that cell phones in classrooms are not a good thing. And all of the data I see shows that when they're removed from classrooms or prohibited from being used in classrooms, good results happen. So, I mean, I think that is an absolute fact. Now, how we get to there is, it probably takes all you guys' bright minds to figure out, because I'm not sure my approach was the right one, but I wanted to get the conversation started. And I would like for you guys to continue the conversation talking about cell phone usage and how we prevent it in classrooms, because I think particularly the social media concept of that is really destructive in a classroom environment. There's a lot of things that are bad about it, not a lot of things that are good. One of the things that came out was these yonder pouches or whatever that some school districts are using. You wouldn't be surprised how much, this tight old legislature over here, how many comments I've gotten about, well, we could fund that. And if you hear that, it means there's a lot of interest. And there was a lot of interest over there on it. I didn't push the bill after we had the hearing. I wanted it to be an informational thing. And so I would encourage you guys to continue to think about how we can do it without being state intrusive, how we can encourage districts to, nationwide, there's over 2,000 districts now that are banning cell phones in schools. And I would just encourage you guys to continue to talk about it. And I would answer, if I have a minute, I'd answer a question on it or.
I don't see any.
No questions. Oh.
But Dennis?
I just read an article about the effect on a maturing brain, that the younger a child starts using a cell phone, the less likely they are to capture their critical thinking skills. And I think that is just so significant that we need to, recognize what it's doing to the youngest children. And it really does show a graduated improvement as kids get older. So maybe we can give responsibility to the older children, but the young ones, we just shouldn't be putting them in that position.
I take a great deal of comfort in that, Dennis. I never had a cell phone until I was 30 plus years old. But, Melanie and I visited just a little bit before the start today. And, we like to talk about technology and all the great things technology does. And, AI is the hot new topic now, and we talk about that. But we need to remember that the greatest technology ever is between people's ears and what the human brain can do. And we need to think about how we encourage the development of brains in a positive and productive manner. So, and I know you guys are already doing that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for being here, and thank you all for the presentation. Appreciate it. Hello, Beth.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you for
Trying to figure out who I was introducing here today.
We're going to transition now. So thank all of you for requesting an awesome morning of assessment conversation. So you're going to learn a lot through the day. And this is Jennifer Hamlet's first time presenting to you. So I wanted to introduce her to you. She's going to tell you a little bit about her background and her presentation, but she came to us from the school district and last summer, and she has a wealth of content knowledge in mathematics. She has awesome administrative skills, and we're just pleased to have her on career standards and assessments. Shares, mouse, whatever you want.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Chair, Board of Education, and Dr. Watson, I'm thrilled to be here today just to talk about math. I know I had like a 20-minute slot. I think I could talk about math all day, so trying to condense it was a little difficult. But a little bit about myself to start with. I was in public education for 27 years, so I taught math for 17 and a half. I'll talk about the half here in a minute, but middle school, high school, and then some dual credit. And then the last 10 years, I have been a preschool through 8th grade building principal. So I've had my kind of toes in several different things. And then now I'm actually a school board member as well. So when I left the district, I still want to be involved because I was born and raised there, which was in Linden. And I still want to be a part of that community and still making some of those, help make those decisions to better kids. So last year I did get the opportunity or honor to go back into the classroom. Second semester, we did not have a high school math teacher, so I taught high school math while be building principal at the same time for the whole semester. So, and about 2 weeks in, I remember saying to my husband, I am not as young as I used to be, trying to do all of this and everything. So I did love being a principal. I did love being a teacher. But math has always been kind of a passion of mine. So when this opportunity came up, I I decided that I would take it. I think it's great, and just trying to get our math, the best that we can in the state of Kansas. So, okay, so we're going to have 3 parts. I'm going to show you a little bit, some data as far as mathematics goes. And then I am going to talk about where do we see math built into the 4 fundamentals, because I know that's been a conversation with our new KISA and school improvement. And then at the end, I will just give a Kansas math proficiency project update, kind of where we're at that point. Okay. Okay, so the first thing is these are our performance levels from the last 3 years for all grades that are assessed for the state of Kansas. As you can see, we are making progress. The level 1 and level 2, they are going down, which is good. Levels 3 and level 4, you can see we're making that progress. So definitely progress there. Obviously, do we still have too many in levels 1 and 2? Yes, and so that's definitely going to be a goal of ours, is how do we keep moving the students forward, and what do we need to do to help that. So, and I do think through the 4 fundamentals, I think there's a lot of good things in there that we can be doing. I know my KSD math team, and I'll show you those members at the end, just some of the projects and some of the things that we're going to try to do, just again to help our math students for the state of Kansas. I did put free and reduced. Here are the numbers as well. And again, getting lower on levels 1 and 2, and levels 3 and 4 are also rising. So that's definitely promising. But we just want to keep going with that. I also showed you some 10th grade stats. If you notice, maybe level 1's a little bit higher than what the entire state of Kansas is. But one conversation that I'm having with some school districts is making sure what courses are we providing in our high school. Because if you have, like for example, one school district, if they have Algebra A and Algebra B, which is just a 2-year course for Algebra 1, just kind of stretching out for maybe those kids that struggle a little bit, then are they getting to any of the geometry standards that are on the state assessment? They're not. So those are some of the conversations that we need to have, making sure that we are, for your 9th and 10th graders, the courses that they're taking, are they truly covering all the standards? So, and if not, maybe looking at your courses, maybe like a Math 1, a Math 2, or integrated math and things like that. So all of those standards are being covered. So, because if they're not being covered and then we're testing on them, then we're probably not going to see the best results that we possibly could. And then finally, 10th grade with our free and reduced again. Quite a few, again, in the level 1, but again, it seems like we are making progress, moving those kids over the best we can. This different things, we talk about the assessment, this could also be attendance. There's a lot of different aspects in here, what our data is showing. Okay. All right, so next we'll just talk about math within the 4 fundamentals. I don't have time probably to talk about all 4 of them, so I'm going to touch briefly on 2 of them, and then I'm going to get in depth a little bit on the other ones. So I was sitting in a meeting with about 25 math educators, and one did ask me, so well, where is math? Where's, our math fundamental? And my response to her was, well, math is built into all of these. And all of these things that the fundamentals are bringing, we should already be doing for math. So we don't need like our own fundamental. Again, they're built in, and that's the way that it should be. So, okay, we'll talk about standards of alignment first. Okay. So I have gotten a few teachers or educators and districts have reached out. And one of the big things that they have been asking for is possibly an evaluation tool for their curriculum. So as they're looking for a new math curriculum, they really don't have anything to evaluate it, look at it. What does it cover? I don't know, crickets. So what does it cover? And then are we going to have to supplement at all with some of these things? So that's one thing that these are just kind of our, I guess myself and my KSDE team, some things that we would like to produce for the districts to have. Next is vertical alignment. I know in a small district, if you have shared teachers, it's very, very difficult sometimes to get your K-12 math educators all in the same room. So we do a lot with grade level, but making sure that vertical alignment is something that's being talked about and collaborated with. So by doing that, again, they have to have collaboration time, and it is going to be difficult sometimes for them to get together. So if they don't have those conversations, then you're probably going to see gaps in some of their learning. Yeah, and as far as in all education, but especially math, if you have a gap, let's say through K through 5, all have a place value standard. So even if one of those place value standards, might not have been covered or not covered well, then it is going to affect your middle school and high school. And trust me, I sat in with some students that when I would ask them just to round to the nearest hundredths, some of them still didn't, maybe possibly knew what the hundredths place was. Yeah, so if you're a middle school and even high schooler, I mean, that's an issue. So we need to get together, talk about those different alignments and making sure that we're all on the same page. This is something that through our 4 fundamentals that all the program managers have been discussing as a walkthrough tool for administrators. A lot of administrators have a walkthrough tool right now, but it's more of a general one. And I don't want to say it's rare, but there are very few public administrators that have a background in math. And so they go into a math classroom and I'm not sure that they know what to look for. They can look for general things, but so a walkthrough tool like for math would just be, again, a quick one to say, here's some things that you need to be looking for when you go into a math classroom. So it could be great for them to have more conversations and better feedback for their teachers, kind of what they know what they're looking for. We're talking about having one like for science. I think structured literacy already has one, but for all of the core areas, which I think will be very beneficial, as long as we can make it user-friendly and something very, very quick for them to use. All right, the next thing that we want to work on is a scope and sequence. My KSDE math team and I have just got back from going around different locations in the state, doing PLCs, professional learning opportunities for math teachers. And I had one young teacher, said she, first-year teacher, they set her textbooks in front of her and said, pretty much know your curriculum and we need you to make a scope and sequence for us. And so she's already trying to get her classroom ready for the first time. She's trying to do all these different things and then a scope and sequence as well. So right now we don't have one for state, for the state of Kansas to even recommend. So that is going to be one of the things that's on our list to do, because she said, if I had a scope and sequence, then I could use maybe what the state one recommends, and then I could maybe adjust it from there. Because right now it's local decision, but just having that resource for them would be a great thing. Okay. We do have progression documents. So what are the progressions? Again, like place value. If we have that, it shows you what the progression will be throughout all the grades. A lot of them are outdated. I think there's some that's like from 2013. So that's another one of our goals that we need to make sure we get those updated. Okay. And this teacher guidance document is actually something that I started creating. It's definitely in the infancy stages. It's going to take quite a bit to get it put together. But right now, if you've ever been to our math website and have seen all of our math documents, we have our standards document. Then we have our focus documents, which are color-coded. It says like green is the major standards that you should be really teaching during that school year. And then we have supporting, and then we have additional ones. So they're all color-coded. Then we have our coherence documents. We have our flip books. And then we have our progressions as well. So we have like 5 different documents. And can you imagine just a brand new teacher trying to look at all of those and figure it out? So they're already, like I said, overwhelmed. And as I went through the PLCs across the state, I had one 6th grade teacher say, well, I'm assessment time's coming up and I don't have all my standards taught. I don't know what to really focus on and what not. And so I showed her the focus document and she's like, oh, this would have been so helpful to know about. And she'd been teaching at least 5 or 6 years. So instead of having all those documents, my teacher guidance documents will be all of those kind of in one. And so like one column will have what is the standard, what are all the previous standards taught before that, and then what's taught afterwards. And they can have a resource, intervention, so everything kind of in one place for our teachers to look at. So not mandated by any means, but here's another resource if you want to use it or not. So instead of having all the documents separate. So pretty excited about it. It'll be a live document. So if I'm teaching a 5th grade standard and I see that there was something taught in second grade, then I can click on that second grade standard and it will take me to all the second grade ones. So I can see those again, just pretty much the touch of a button. Okay. All right, next is quality instruction. So one of our 4 fundamentals, our next one. So effective mathematics teaching practices, fluency, which we're going to get to in a little bit, evidence-based teaching strategies, and then depth of knowledge. So I'll kind of start with the depth of knowledge here. Teachers have to know their content area, and sometimes our textbooks only teach to depth of knowledge level 1, but yet our state assessments go all the way up to level 3. So depth of knowledge 1 would just be like a one-word answer. So one question, maybe one step. Depth of knowledge 3, obviously it gets a little bit deeper into things. And then definitely level 3 makes it even a little bit more complex. So again, I had a teacher reach out saying, I know how to teach to DOK 1, but I don't know how to get them to 3. And so that'll be some of our goals to make sure the teachers do know, how to teach to those different depths of knowledge so their kids are prepared. Okay, so this is our standards for mathematical practice called the SMPs. These are in our standards document. So these are things that we really want our teachers to know and try to execute in the classroom for us. So things just like modeling with mathematics, reason abstractly, be precise, and definitely like the big one is probably persevere. So sometimes we don't get it, we just give up. Okay, so what can we do to support those students to really persevere through the problem and figure it out? So really what this is our standards is going to be kind of what we're teaching, and our SMPs, or the standards for mathematics practice, is how we should be teaching those. Okay, so standards is what, how we're doing with the practices is the how. Okay. All right, here's another one that the 8 effective mathematics teaching practices. They kind of go with our SMPs, but they have a few probably additional ones that we try to focus on. And this is from Principles to Actions, and it's the National Council of Teaching Mathematics. So again, kind of the bold, do you have your goals, implement tasks for your problem solving, mathematical representations, discourse, again, purposeful questions, not just ask a question to ask it, but what is the purpose? And that procedural fluency from conceptual understanding is what we're going to get into next with fluency. Okay. All right, so let's talk about fluency. So from the PISA, they did some research, and they talked about they studied 250,000 students, 15-year-olds, and with that, they did show that pretty much just trying to memorize your facts isn't going to work for all your students. So just trying to give them flashcards, especially, and this is a whole topic for a whole different day, but I've been doing quite a bit of research on dyscalculia. Okay, so that is, they don't really want to say it, but pretty much dyslexia for math, I guess, to make it in a kind of a simple term. But and seeing what are all the signs of that and things like that. So, but that could be a presentation for a whole nother day. But those kids, they will not be able to just look at flashcards and memorize them. They need some sort of like a real life connection or something for it to stay in their minds. So, but I do know a lot of people say that if the kids just knew their math facts, they would do just fine in math. I agree with that to a part, but there is so much more to fluency than just memorizing maybe your multiplication tables. So we want to get the automaticity versus just the memorization. Okay, so I'm not going to make you do math. I thought about it. So, okay, so one way to really help with our fluency is do number or math talks. Okay, so if I gave that problem up there, how many, you can maybe just raise your hands, would just go 4 + 8 + 2 from left to right and solve it? Okay, that's how I did it. Okay, when we did this at our PLCs and I had 25 math educators in a room, they did what's called a group of 10. So they added the 8 + 2 and got 10, and then they added the 14. Anybody do it that way? Okay, so I love these so much because everybody's brain works a little differently. And I think that's something that, we need to really focus on sometimes with the fluency. And so what a number talk is that we'd have these problems up around the room, and the kids can't have any pencil or paper or anything. They have to do everything mentally. They get to talk about it, and then talk about it usually with the instructor. All right? So here's another one. Okay? So again, some people might do the group of 10. The 5, 3, and the 2 is 10, then added 4 again and got 14. Anybody do that? Okay. Did anybody just go left or right like we did before? No. Anybody go 4 plus 5 is 9, 3 plus 2 is 5. That's how I did it. That's the first thing I did in my brain. Okay. Dr. Watson, you want to tell me what you did? I'm going to call you out.
I did groups of 5. So I did 3 and 2 is 5,
Very
plus
good.
5, plus 4.
There you go. Okay. So again, just that simple problem, how many different ways all of us just saw it. Okay. So now, the last one that you might actually see that would be introduced in a classroom, 5 plus 9. And again, you could do 9 plus 1 is 10, then there's 4 more, and there's 14. But some of us just went 5 plus 9 is 14 because we know it. But just think about a student that's in there that maybe struggles with this. If he or she saw the first 2 examples, it may have given them a strategy to use for the last one. And that's kind of what the number talks and that progression needs to look like. So pretty much procedural coming from conceptual. Okay. All right, so knowing some of those strategies, okay, I'm not gonna make you do all these, so don't worry about it. But 95 plus 7, we could even do 90 plus 5 is 100 with 2 left over, and we get 102, okay? Some people do it a little bit different even, so they could count on 95 to 100. Again, that's kind of what I did in my brain, 102. Make it 10 is a strategy that we just used in the last slide. And then compensation is if I took it to 100 and then I would subtract my 5 because that's how far I was from 100, and that's called compensation. So again, you could have that student that doesn't have a lot of confidence in math, and we go through these problems and they'd be like, oh, I understood it that way. So it gave them some sort of tool to use for their fluency in the future. So, and then with the multiplication, a lot of times half and double, because not everybody can do 4 times 15 in their heads or mentally. So you double the 15, and then you still had a 2 left over, so then you multiply to get your 60. So that's called half and double. And then same thing with 35 times 3 is another break apart method, okay? And this would be an opportunity to talk about how our distributive property as well, because really we're just distributing the 3 through to get those answers. So probably the most interesting one is if I did 16 times 35. Yeah, so with the half and the double, or even the break apart, you could do that, because double 35 is 70 from the 16, and then I had still 8 left over, and then 70 times 8 would give you your 560. Yes, that's great. But I'm just saying, just think if we...
Jennifer's holding remedial classes now
Yeah, no.
afterwards for any of the board that would like.
Well, and I'll be honest with you, until I went to my PLCs, I have never heard even a number talk. So I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot since I've been here just for 8 months. So, but can you imagine if we started some of these strategies in kindergarten and worked their way up? By the time they hit 4th, 5th grade, middle school, they'd have those, and they'd be able to, what we call kind of own their fluency. So again, it doesn't matter how they're doing it as long as their brain is understanding it. I feel like that's the most important part. Okay. All right, my last part is just the Kansas Math Proficiency Project. So they have been doing trainings and stuff this year. Did a little bit of pilot last year. I'm kind of coming in the middle of it, so trying to get caught up and things like that. I have been to the trainings and things like that. But the way that I'm seeing it, and I kind of listened to Todd Wiederman's presentation to you in January. I think it wasn't this January, but a year ago. He pretty much stated on there that, let's say our teachers are not familiar with a certain standard, or they know it, but yet they just they're a little unsure of it. They could go into one of the grade level modules, watch that standard, and might be able to give them a little bit more knowledge, may see it being taught a different way. And then again, I'm a big believer of you also have to make teaching your own as well. How I teach may not be the same way the person next classroom may teach for me. So making sure that, so this would be a great instructional resource the teachers could use. Again, they could use it for interventions. It would be great. If your majority of your kids are getting it, but a few are not, then they might, again, get something off the Kansas Math Proficiency Project to truly understand and how can I reach or teach it in a different way for those students. So again, we talked about they're doing in-person trainings for 24 and 25 for this year, and then it's going to continue on for 24 and 25. We've had 200 plus Kansas educators that have viewed the modules. I went to some of the trainings myself, and then we meet as a council. The teachers do a survey, they send it back to us, and then we go to the council, and we just talk about what needs to change, what's going well, what's not going well. So still in the process of getting it all complete. So they are going to be on Moodle, so they can do it synchronously or asynchronously on their own if they prefer to. So which I think will be great because some of the school districts are trying to do more differentiation really within their teacher PD. And so I know the school district I came from, if they did a certain many hours on their own, then the April professional development, they don't have to attend to that. They just could do it on their own, which I think is a great idea. We talk about differentiation all the time with the students, but what are we doing that with the teachers? So some things that they really might be interested in that they can look at. Okay.
Can I jump in here with a question real quick?
Yes.
Where's the funding for this coming from? Just remind us.
I believe, Dr. Watson, from us, right? Yeah, from KSDE, yes.
This is the ESSER funds set aside when we talk about letters training, the Kansas Math Proficiency Project. This is that. And you received it right when you came on board, the new members. Todd talked about that. So Jennifer's just kind of bringing you up to date where we're at with that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay, I did want to show you our KSD math team. So these are all either teachers, they are, some are service centers, like Jolene works for a service center as well. You probably have seen Sherry L. I think she was here with TCALC when they did their presentation, possibly last month. I know was one of the finalists for Kansas Teacher of the Year. So we have a combination of middle school, high school, and elementary, but I would tell you they are rock stars. I am very fortunate to be able to work with all of them and just see them in action. We went out to all the different service centers. So it's, they know a lot of knowledge and they are great educators. So I'm definitely honored to be on the team with them. Okay. All right, questions for me?
Got a few. Betty?
A few, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, and thank you for your presentation. I do have several questions, and I'm going to try and make them as concise as possible, because this is something that I've been asking for presentation on. I'm going to start with, let's step aside from the information that was presented. The things that kind of concern me, first of all, I'll start with relevance. And in terms of how students perceive math, if I need to know what 100 times a million is, why use my brain when I can pick this up and use my calculator? So the relevance is being minimized for a lot of students. Practical application, why do I need to know this? What difference does it make X times Y? How does that fit in? So many students are not getting this because the relevance is not really there for them. We can see that students who are successful in post-secondary have those great skills in math. I appreciate seeing that, we've had some progress. The progress still is not significant enough. And so there are questions that I am wondering, when do we start to drill down and see, just like we did literacy, I'll use that as an example, literacy, math, reading problem, literacy, math. If I can't read and you give me this reading problem, maybe I can do the 9 plus 5. But if I cannot read and comprehend to know that's what I need to do, I'm still going to have problems. I'm saying that there are some factors. I'm anxious to see how we start to identify that there's some real things going on. We're not seeing the progress. And this is not a lecture. I'm hoping I'm just getting you more in terms of what I would love to see. Could some significance be with, because of literacy, inability to read? And if so, how do we combat that? You mentioned something about the tests. There are things in the tests that we're not teaching. So that has to be mirrored and has to be aligned. I would love to see or hear more information that puts us in a position to make some effective, wise choices, particularly when we know that there are certain demographics that just, you can say they're not doing as well in math, and these are considered at-risk students. How do we address that problem? So I love the presentation. It's kind of an introduction. But as we move forward, and this may be something that I would request, what are we doing to really identify some of the significant barriers? Because there are some barriers, there are some obstacles where some people take it on. Some are like, well, I'm not going to use that in my life. So establishing the relevance for them is critical. Those are more of the panoramic type questions that are still in my mind. I know there's no magical answer, but if we can perhaps have another presentation to build on what you've done, what you've shown us, and how we can move forward to make some decisions to impact those kids that haven't identified the relevance. So that was kind of explaining really where I am. The other is, if you can tell me when you talked about literacy, and that will be my question for this presentation, and you talked about literacy, how do we know if there still is a reading problem that's still tied into math, or are they more formula based, like what you gave us, the addition? Have we identified any of that?
Well, I think, and as I've been doing some research on structural literacy and math and things like that, and definitely structural literacy does, I mean, if you are a good reader and things like that, then your math achievement will be success. I mean, you will definitely achieve in math a lot more. Just think about the word problems. If the student cannot read the word problem, it doesn't matter if they know how to do the math. They have no idea possibly what's being asked and things like that. So as far as connecting math with structural literacy, it could even be vocabulary. Breaking down that vocab, making sure that they know, what those math terms mean. And so I think sometimes with, I guess one thing that kind of hits home, when I first became a teacher, I had applied math kids in my class, and I want to show my age here a little bit, but it was way back when, where every unit was those little booklets that you had to use. Well, I had a problem with that because a lot of students sitting in my class, their reading skills were poor. And every single problem that they gave them was a word problem. There wasn't just write down a formula and put it in. So it was a true barrier. and we had to make some accommodations. But as far as really identifying where do we need to go, especially with some of the at-risk students, I think it's going to go back to our balance assessments, which is another one of our 4 fundamentals. And we've been talking about that a lot with teachers as well. So right now, just formative assessments in class, even if I use whiteboards, if you are having them show you their answer in their work, but yet you're seeing 95% are getting it except for maybe 3 or 4 students, if you're like, okay, well, this is my data, and I ignore that and move on, then it's not truly a formative assessment. But if you do pay attention to the data and say, okay, these three students, what's going on with them? Is it a language barrier? Is it a relevance barrier? Or is it they don't know their fluency very well? What is it? And then identify that. And then what's the next step? Intervention? Do we need to, look at some different things for accommodations and things like that? So I think and that's what we've been talking about a lot as well with the teachers, is we assess all the time. So, I mean, even standing up here, I could be doing a formative assessment just to see, even when I was doing that math, some of you were like, oh, no thanks, or, something like this. When I said the 16 times 35, all those are formative assessments. What you do with that data tells you how you need to drive your instruction. I think those are some of the things that we really need to, talk about with math educators as well. Whiteboards are fun. They're fun to do, but if you don't use the data that you're seeing with them, then there's not any point of doing it. So, does that answer your question? Okay, great. All right.
Kathy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. This was huge for me, and I am a math lover, so, and through my husband, I've discovered some of that stuff you were talking about, because he definitely does it completely different than I do. So it's funny. It was interesting what you were saying about the math 1 and 2, and I know you were talking about them stretching basically math 1 into 2, but what was interesting was me remembering in high school how I couldn't get to algebra 2 without geometry, and I did not want geometry,
Right.
but I wanted algebra 2. So it forced me into that whole role. So it is very much about how those classes are set up. That's really interesting. I'm wondering about the role of college as teachers are coming out, and some of the things you talked about with the scope and sequence and the depth of knowledge. If there's some of that we need to look at a little closer in our higher ed as they're coming out, so that they're more prepared to do those things walking into a classroom, because that's a little bit what I'm hearing, that they're not, maybe there's something else that needs to happen as they're exiting college so they're more prepared. I don't know. The TNTP audit of curriculum, do you think that's going to help in some of those things you're talking about?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Because that's what
Very
I
much
was
so, yeah.
hearing as you were talking into that.
Because I'm getting a lot, sorry to interrupt you, but I'm getting a lot of questions about what's all the districts using. So if they really have no idea even where to start. We
Right.
do have our ed reports that we do, but just have something from like what we're doing
Yeah,
to
I'm hoping
just to
that'll be
see
a
what
huge help.
is everybody, because I think Greenbush, I think, put something out there, but it's been several years ago and it really wasn't probably complete. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think that will be a huge, that they can go to a list and say, well, yeah, this one's being used a lot, let's look into that, just determining where even to start.
Well, and for the department to be able to say, this will align with the standards, this will get you where you're trying to get to in your curriculum. So I'm hoping that's really helpful. I think that was about it. And thank you. Like, truly, this was a great presentation. I think we're very fortunate to have you on board with everything that's going on. So appreciate you, and hope we see you back soon to keep that conversation
All
going.
right, I appreciate that.
Anne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Do you think it makes more sense to move that high school math assessment to 11th grade like science because of what you were talking about? I mean, school districts lay these classes out differently all across the state, and there are so many kids that take that test in 10th grade and never seen geometry. I know where my granddaughter goes, they have like math, 9th grade math and 10th grade math, and they do algebra and geometry at each grade level. And so they've at least been exposed to some geometry. So Beth's gonna, this is the call a friend
I saw her
portion.
get up. Tag team.
Jennifer wasn't actually here when we went through the standards review in 2017, but one of the major things that happened during that review was that we split the standards from being 912 standards and assessing potentially all the standards into 9-10 standards and 11-12 standards. And then we developed a new assessment to just measure the 9-10 standards and what we expect to be taught in 9th and 10th grade. So moving the test to 11th grade opens a whole nother round of looking at the assessments. What would you want to be measured in 11th grade? We did have at the time some advanced kind of non-assessed standards that would have been the higher level 12th grade math.
Yeah,
but I think we should have the opportunity to really work through the standards alignment piece first and see where everyone falls out when they really look at the curriculum they're teaching in their schools, and then see if it's warranted to revisit the standards because maybe they're inappropriately placed.
Yeah, there's so much, I mean, so many factors, but I'm just concerned kids are getting tested over geometry, and by 10th grade, they haven't, even seen it. Then there's that other thing about, how do you get them interested in it? My granddaughter's getting an A in math, but she scored a 1 because she's ADD and big tests turn her off and she clicks through it, so.
And Jennifer can speak to this better than I can, but we teach geometry more than just 10th grade. Okay, kids are introduced to geometry starting at, I don't know, but very early.
Yeah. The only other thing would be, I think, the high quality curriculum work we're gonna do really matters. I sat in with my 2nd grade grandson last year, and they were adding 3-digit numbers in their heads, and they were using Eureka, and the teacher said it just made a huge difference moving to that. So I know it'd be great to give them some really great ideas on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I do think just making sure school districts are looking at their curriculum. I think that's going to be the courses that they are taking, and just making sure all those, like Beth said, 9th and 10th grade standards are somewhere in those courses for them. So, yep. Okay.
One more, Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I like Betty's comment on relevance, because it seems like when our boys came home with the Common Core math, we saw less and less of things like, using pennies, using money. Kids like to see facts. They like to see, I have 45 pennies and I start taking away those pennies and subtracting those. And I used to go, it dates me a little bit, but just borrowing, you're borrowing a number and then paying it back. The kid, you can understand that. That makes sense to a person. I mean, I know you're like, well, we use candy or Skittles, or we use because money is being as relevant anymore because we're using digitized money. So they're not using, you're not using pennies. You're not using. So we're moving away from, again, facts, again, money, which would be relevant across the board. And we're using like 3 equations to solve 1 problem. So when I would, something simple as getting an equation, well, they're getting the right answer, but we need to have them show their work. Sometimes they're using 3 equations just to solve 1 problem. So I think a lot of it's confusing kids. And then if they, even doing research that I've been doing on math from years back, they're saying that flashcards, you need to learn the flashcards, you need to learn the answer. And if the kid is starting to use units and they're starting to use their fingers, that will cause mathlexia. That will cause, like, in reading dyslexia, because it's confusing them the way that we're teaching them. So if they're not doing the math fact and not learning those in their brain, then they're starting to figure things out and it's getting more complicated and they're using their fingers. We need to give them the answer right away. You need to not just show them the answer and then they start to learn that answer by drills and math facts. You got to learn arithmetic before you get into concepts, in my opinion. And that's something that needs to be done early on in their elementary ages. Then you move into concepts, then you move into math equations and things like that. But the math facts need to be, I think, drilled down in the elementary stages. And a lot of that, I feel like we're creating more problems than we're, because even the parents can't help. Like the stuff that's coming home, if we were shown the new math way, then we could probably help them with their homework. We're not even able to do that. I wasn't able to do that. My husband wasn't able to do that. His 6th grade brother had to help him with his 4th grade math because it was done so differently. And it was done in a way that was very, very confusing to him, rather than just learning. If you're learning a math problem, you're, like Betty said, you're going to be having more reading involved in that. But if they knew their arithmetic first, it wouldn't be as difficult to just solve the problem, in my opinion. I just want to make those comments.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any more questions. Thank you
Okay,
so much for
all
your
right.
presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. And according to my math, we're about 30 minutes behind schedule. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and I will check in with our next couple of speakers because we have some visitors this morning.
All right,
So
thank you very much.
Thank you. See you all back here at 10:45. All right. Before I introduce the person who will introduce our next speaker, I need to cover the agenda for today. So we do have a change to today's agenda. We had to move Frank Harwood off of yesterday's agenda because we ran late and he was across the street. And so we're going to insert legislative matters from yesterday's agenda at 12:20 today, right before our consent agenda. So that is my amendment to today's agenda. And if there are no other changes, I would welcome a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Jim and Betty. All in favor, raise your hand. Trying to count. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And Michelle? No, opposed? And abstain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You did say if there are any changes, and I wasn't here yesterday. I understand that the consent agenda items needed to be pulled off yesterday. I would have only had 2, so I'll probably just have to abstain from today's consent agenda items since I wasn't here yesterday to pull those 2 off.
Understood. So that's a 8 and 1 abstention. And Michelle, we did pull C and E from the consent agenda. And those are both discussion items for today. Does that help?
Okay, thank you. No, yeah, mine would have been O and P. So, thank you.
All right. And next I will introduce Ann Ma. Her on the other side of the table.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to be here today. First, I'll make a couple introductions so they can sit down. This is Eric Davis. He's the superintendent at Royal Valley. And Jancita Warrington, who's with the Office of Native American Affairs. And you've met Dr. Alex Redcorn before, and he'll be presenting with me today. So thank you guys for being here. You know, nearly 2 years ago, the board established the Kansas Advisory Council for Indigenous Education Working Group with the goal of building relationships between the department, our board, the Board of Regents, and American Indian stakeholders for the purpose of seeing how we might better serve the more than 10,000 Native American students who attend Kansas public schools. Today we are here to present a memorandum of understanding which has been in your packet for your approval next month. This MOU will make KC a permanent advisory group to our board and to the Kansas Board of Regents. When I was asked to be a representative on that council, I could not have foreseen then how much I would learn and grow professionally from this service. I'm always touting our service on committees because that is where we get to know what we don't know. And believe me, we all have a lot to learn about Native American history in our state and the future of Native Americans in our state, and we are all part of that future. Along the way, we found even more ways that we intersect with the Board of Regents in serving Native American students. So I'm really pleased that they want to be part of the permanent ongoing effort. KBOR and the 4 sovereign Indian nations in Kansas have already approved this MOU, and I'm really excited about this becoming a permanent advisory group. I will let Dr. Redcorn tell you the details about our past and future work, so feel free to ask any questions, as I know a lot of this is going to be new to most of you. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Alex Redcorn, who's been our chairman for the working group. Dr. Redcorn's vision and leadership have been crucial in getting us to where we are today. He is the coordinator for Indigenous Partnerships and co-chair of the Indigenous Faculty and Staff Alliance at K-State, and is the 2023 recipient of the O'Brien Award for Human Rights Education, which I had to mention. It's a big award. It's a really big deal. So anyway, Dr. Alex Redcorn.
All right, thank you. Hampade Zani Datsi Pitse Wewina. Thank you for giving me the time here today and giving us the time. I appreciate the board, commissioner, and everybody involved. I want to extend, this is just ongoing work that we're building collaborations, building partnerships, and so I want to also acknowledge the work that's led up to this. We have some folks in the room. We mentioned previously Superintendent Eric Davis, Jancita Warrington from the Office of Native American Affairs, but we also have Deputy Commissioner Ben Proctor, as well as Scott Gordon and some others and a bunch of people at the Board of Regents who have all been in this ongoing collaborative conversation for a while now. So really, just a quick overview of some of what this is and what this means is this really started with an emphasis on collaboration, creating more collaborative co-governance structures because as Ann Ma mentioned, so we have 4 federally recognized tribes in the state of Kansas, and finding ways to incorporate them into the conversation about education and our educational systems that are run by the state is a natural way to acknowledge their inherent rights to sovereignty in education. So tribal sovereignty exists, and over 90% of Native American children are actually in state-run public schools across the country. However, in Kansas, that's actually way more than 90% because we only have one Bureau of Indian Education federal Indian school. And so it's probably more like 98, 99% plus as far as state responsibility for tribal citizens in education. So we have the 4 tribes of Kansas, and their citizens are attending our schools in the state. But we also have 39 tribes in Oklahoma, and we also have several other tribes in several neighboring states, and they are also attending our schools because Kansas historically was Indian territory, and a lot of the tribes in Oklahoma were actually in Kansas as well, and those histories have remained and those geographies overlap. And so we have a complex intersection of sovereignties with federal responsibility, the federal trust responsibility, tribal sovereignty, as well as state responsibilities for education. So we have over 10,000 American Indian students in K through 12 schools, and we're doing this work with the Board of Regents as well. And there's 7,000-ish American Indian students in our state-run higher education institutions. And so this is all about finding ways to create those systems for ongoing conversation and collaborative co-governance. And so with that though, this is not actually that innovative or new. There's already about 18 to 20 states that have some sort of state level advisory board, and that's a split. That is not a partisan type situation as far as like what it looks like across states. And so there are several states that are already doing this work because they realize creating ongoing conversations with the tribal governments within their boundaries is good for kids. It's good for all kids. It's not just good for Native kids. And so so really, in the end, we've been doing work around, we've been having ongoing conversations about data accuracy, things like what are some teacher resources we might be able to do, what are some ways to help teachers better understand tribal sovereignty so they can incorporate it with standards in the field, because there's a lot of research in the field that shows the lack of understanding about tribal sovereignty when these tribes are our heck, in some of our communities, they're the leading job producers, the leading workforce development institutions. And so trying to find ways to make sure that our students are graduating in conversation with those tribes so everybody's more prepared to be active and productive citizens within our workforce and within our state. And so that's really the overarching goal. This is about trying to find ways to create collaborative co-governance structures by being in conversation with the 4 tribal nations, among others, as well as the Board of Regents, to help us continually evolve as we move forward. So I believe that's all I have. So I'm open for questions if anybody has any.
You know, we've done a lot of amazing work, and we could take hours to talk to you about it, but we still have a lot of work to do, and this is work that matters. I want to thank everybody who's been on the team. It's really been a very large group of people working both from in-state and out-of-state. We've had advisors from states where there are many more tribes than we have here giving us advice on how they move forward. We've had folks from Wichita and Lawrence and Topeka from the school districts, the folks who are their Title VI coordinators. We've had Melissa Peterson from KU, Dr. Archer from the Board of Regents, Representative Christina Haswood, Ralph Wawasik from the Prairie Band, and Olivia Brin from the Iowa Tribe. And, you know, too many people to name, but then our own staff has been great too, as mentioned, Dr. Proctor and Scott Gordon, but we also, Nate McAllister and Joanne McCrell from our humanities department, and Nate's even been traveling around with Dr. Redcorn as we have focus groups to try to help develop a curriculum that would be something we could provide to our teachers as an addition to what they already have available to them that would help them understand this complex history that we have in Kansas with the tribes. So anyway, it's all about co-governance, keeping the conversation going. But as you said, if you have any questions about the MOU, we've got our attorney here too, I think. So we're open for questions.
Board members, questions? I see none. We have the MOU in our packet. And Ann, do you know when we'll vote on this?
We'll vote on this next month.
Next month. Okay.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here, all of you. And next, I'd like to call Beth Foltz back up. State assessment, welcome back.
Okay, we'll start over. It is my privilege, thank you, for inviting this presentation today. Dr. Neil Kingston from the University of Kansas will be sharing with you the way assessments are developed. Dr. Kingston is the director of the Achievement and Assessment Institute, formerly known, we used to call it a CTE, and he has a lot of different groups that work with him at the Achievement and Assessment Institute, but a lot of times when I'm presenting to you, you'll just hear me refer to it as KU, or the University of Kansas, right? So he is a university distinguished professor in educational psychology. He is newly named Vice Provost of Jayhawk Global and Competency-Based Education. And he probably has a lot of thoughts on competency-based education for the future if you want to have a conversation with that. And Dr. Diane DeBacker is working with him. And then I just want to let you know that his education comes from from the Teachers College at Columbia University. He was an assistant commissioner in the Kentucky Department of Education, and he has had executive leadership positions in numerous research and testing companies. So we have been privileged to work with Dr. Kingston since 2012, and he has a nice presentation planned for you today to explain to you really test development and the role of psychometricians.
Dr. Kingston's coming up. I talked with him during the break just briefly and said, what brings you over? And so I wanted to point out, because we have just, a couple of sentences in our packet, but this was Michelle's request to hear more about psychometrics. So thank you for being here.
Thank you all. The privilege is all mine. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Watson, members of the board. And Beth, you were making me blush, so. Is there a clicker or something to, oh, keyboard, that's what it is. Or the mouse, either one. Okay. So I'm going to talk about test development within a balanced assessment system. My focus is not on the different components of the assessment system, but mostly the commonalities across the assessment system. I want to stress the involvement of various Kansas educators, from the board down to the classroom teachers. And I want to talk about, I heard there was some interest in what is this psychometrician thing we hear about. And so I'll talk a little bit about psychometricians and their specialized roles in the various processes that go on. So this is one view of the Kansas Assessment Program and the different components of that program. The whole idea is to give educators multiple sources of data at different times so that they can make strong instructional decisions and document progress and growth over time. And so the test development process starts with the Kansas standards. So this is a customized program for Kansas. The Kansas standards at a certain point in time, every number of years, get reviewed, revised, approved by the board. And that puts us in a position where we're ready to develop the test specifications. Just like someone who's going to build a house has a blueprint, we need a blueprint for our tests that's going to control that process and make sure we do exactly what we want to do in creating that test. You'll see that bright green P in the upper right corner of that box. That's a place where, that's an indication that psychometricians take some part in that process. I'll get back to what that part is when I go into a little bit more depth in a moment. After we have the test specifications, we develop and review the test items with Kansas educators and the State Department. After the individual items have been reviewed, and there were actually multiple steps even in that, just as one example. Before we review items that measure reading comprehension, we have to review the passages that we're going to use, that we're going to then have items for that. After we have the items, the passages, all of the different materials that we need, we assemble and administer field test forms. The way we typically do field testing or pilot testing in Kansas is as an extra section within the regular state assessment. It gives the best quality of data when you can do that, but there have been times where we've gathered data in other ways about the test items. You might ask, why do we do that? It's to ensure the quality of what winds up in the final test forms. When it's a field test, those scores don't, or the responses to items don't count for any purpose. There's no way that they'll harm in any way individual teachers, students, or inferences that are wrong might be made from them because we don't report scores on field tests. But once we have demonstrated the quality of those items and that they're ready to be used in the operational test, then we'll assemble and administer the operational forms, the last box. In between those two boxes was more work for psychometricians. They do statistical analysis of the results of the testing to determine what that quality is. After the test form has been created, we do another item in test analysis. Quality control, quality assurance is a major part of everything that we do. And then post-test equating, I'll talk more about what that means. And finally, technical documentation. So Kansas educators, as I said, from every portion of the state are involved in every portion of the assessment. Each one of the 10 board districts have teachers who review and assist in the process at many points along the way. They help us improve the stimulus materials, passages in reading, phenomena in science, improve the test questions and the answer choices, help point out if there might be any issues in their school districts that we might not have thought about. We try really hard to think about what's going to be in the minds of all the educators, all of the students throughout the state, but it's very useful to have multiple people look at these materials. We look for potential bias and make sure that we enhance fairness in all aspects, and then look at the item statistics following field testing that help guide us to suggest which items should move forward and become operational items. So I've mentioned the psychometrician thing. I accidentally became a psychometrician many years ago. I didn't even know that this thing existed. So if you don't know what a psychometrician was, neither did I. In fact, I went to graduate school thinking I was going to do educational research maybe, and I took this course in educational measurement, not knowing what it was, but it was required, and I liked it, and it made sense to me. And so my whole career direction changed. And the story of most people I know who became psychometricians is similar to that. They discovered this field when they were in graduate school. Even as undergraduates, they never heard of it. I know a couple of exceptions to that, but not very many. And so a psychometrician is a scientist who applies statistical modeling to test data. Some psychometricians claim they're statisticians. But if you're using that statistics to analyze the results of tests, that's what I would call a psychometrician. And so all those green peas that I put in there are some of the things that these psychometricians do. Ensure that test specifications are going to support the inferences about student performance levels. If you don't gather the right data that's going to allow you to support those inferences you want to make, if you leave out some portion of the standards, for example, or don't have a balance across the standards, or if for some standards all of the items are too hard and other standards all of them are too easy, you might not be, and it's more complicated than what I just laid out. That's why you have to go to graduate school for a bunch of years. At least that's what we psychometricians claim. They make sure that the specifications are going to lead to a test that will lead to scores that will allow the right kind of inferences to be made about student learning, because when it comes down to it, this is all about
having results that are going to allow us to improve student learning. They assess the item difficulty and correlation with the subject matter and infer statistical item quality. Not all items are created equal. Some items work well, some items don't work at all well. And for all the decades and decades that people might be working in the field, until you have actual data, you're not going to always be right. You can't just look at an item and say it's going to work. Part of the problem of that is putting your mind in the head of a third grader. Third graders think of things that we don't think about. They look at items and I'm pretty sure that this is what the item means, and oh, no, they came up with something different. This allows them then, looking at and assessing the item difficulty and the correlation between the item and the test as a whole, to maximize the statistical quality of tests at the time of assembly. And it's a little bit more complicated because we use performance standards, so it's not just, oh, on average the test is of good statistical quality to support the inferences we want. Is it doing it especially well at those cut scores between those different performance standards that we have? Because that's where we want to be especially sure that we put people in those right categories in what we're doing. And throughout this process, they're performing statistical quality control, various analyses. And then there's this equating thing, which is basically just, it doesn't exist in the rest of our lives. It only comes into play with tests. For various reasons, we have multiple forms of tests, usually over time. So we'll have one form for 3, 4, 5 years. We'll have another form for 3, 4, 5 years. Or maybe something happens to a test form and it gets exposed. I don't have to tell anyone in our modern society, sometimes people cheat. And sometimes that cheating winds up on the internet. And so a test form that you have that was a great test form on day one, now everyone can study the answers as opposed to the underlying knowledge that they're supposed to have. And so that's another test form. How do you make sure that the test scores on the different forms have the same meaning so that you can track improvement over time? As we were looking at those math numbers and the numbers in each category, how do you make sure that you can do that over time? That's equating. That's what equating is for. And there are lots of different methods of doing equating, and psychometricians have lots of fun going to conferences and arguing with each other about which is the best method to use, and you don't have to worry about any of that. But we try to do the best we can. And then finally, we have to create technical documentation necessary to meet federally mandated peer review and professional standards.
Pardon me for interrupting, but would you entertain a couple of quick questions?
Sure.
They may be clarifying, so I don't want to get too far from the slide. Michelle, did you want to ask your question now or wait?
Yeah, well, it's fresh.
You bet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as far as when you talked about tests, tests that maybe are 5 years old or 3 years old, or that maybe were exposed, I know we were always talking about it, asking for examples of those test questions as far as assessments goes on state assessments. And we're always told that it costs a lot of money. There's a lot of copyright issues. We don't want to expose that. I mean, kids cheat. I mean, kids in college cheat, kids in high school, they cheat, but they're cheating themselves. So if they're going to cheat on an exam or quiz or a test, they've done it all the people have done it for years and years and years, but they're only cheating themselves. So would there be a way to see those that were exposed, since they've already been exposed and we wouldn't be using those again, to see examples or copies of those previous tests that have been exposed?
So a couple of things, because you asked a whole bunch of good questions in that short period of time. One, yes, there are old forms of the test that we could share those items and use them. And in fact, we have several methods of doing that for people who want to look, and for teachers or students or parents in the long run. So we have our formative tools, we have our mini assessments, our different aspects of, some of the types of tools we provide are of differential security need. So some of that happens. The good news in Kansas is we haven't had a significant test exposure in all the years that I've been working with the testing program. So using an old form of the current test to the current standards to share in that way hasn't been an option because we haven't lost that security in that way. So typically we've had one form, but it leaves, it could happen tomorrow. And so we do have to worry about that issue. And yes, it is expensive to develop a second or third form of a test. And Kansas has been in the wonderful position of having one of the least expensive testing programs to run in the United States. Statistics have been gathered about the cost in every state. I remember when Smarter Balanced came along and they published, they were trying to convince everyone what a great economic deal it was going to be to participate in their testing program. And they published the cost per student of every state except 2 states were left out. Kansas was one of the ones left out because it made the statistics look bad. North Carolina was the other state that was left out. In any case, so I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, and then you tapped into something. I would just be curious, like how are like biases and fairness defined or determined? How are those defined or determined? You said something a little bit earlier on that.
Sure.
So how would those be done on assessment?
Sure, great question. It starts at the beginning of the process with educator review. The guiding principle is we want the tests to measure what they're intended to measure. We want people to make proper inferences. So if there's anything that gets in the way of making that proper inference, anything that's not mathy about the math question, or not dealing with English language arts, or gives an advantage to some people not based on what we want them to know, but on something else we don't want. The whole issue of fairness in testing has been around as long as there has been testing. And often the issues of concern are different both throughout history and depending on the individual state and what's going on in a state. So for example, I'm going to go back historically, bear with me. The very first test that used selected response, multiple choice items was the 1915 Kansas Silent Reading Test. So yay, Kansas. It was a faculty member at Emporia State, it wasn't called Emporia State at the time, Kansas Normal School, who had studied also at Teachers College, Columbia University. In fact, with the father of one of my professors, Edward Thorndike, who was the first to implement these kinds of items. And if you look at the Kansas Silent Reading Test, it's so different than any reading test that you would see now. In fact, there are no passages in there. So is it reading at all? One could argue. It's just questions. Can you answer this question? And as might have been appropriate for Kansas in 1915, most of the questions, or at least many of the questions, take place in the context of farms and farming. And if you had knowledge of what a typical farm looked like, you were going to do better than if you had no idea what a farm looked like. So are you trying to measure reading? Is the subject matter something that gets in the way? And we're calling this reading, but really it's some other knowledge that you have. Well, we're more sophisticated now at looking into these issues. But we have to think of the various constituencies, the various students we have, what they bring to the table that is not related to what we're trying to measure, and how it may get in the way. And that leads to a whole bunch of other issues. And oh, you asked a good question of a professor, and I just want to talk forever about this stuff. I'll just talk a little bit more because there are a few other things that I want to say. It also relates to the whole idea that was touched on before of student engagement. If a student is engaged in the assessment, they are likely to do better in the assessment. If a student is not engaged in the assessment and then they didn't do well, and then they feel they can't do well perhaps, and then they turn off to education more broadly, or in one specific area to STEM education. There are a lot of students, and there's a long literature that's associated with this, who by third grade have decided math and science is not for them. And that cuts off so much opportunity. So we have to do a better job in engaging students. We have to do a better job of making items relatable to students so that what we're getting at is what we intend to measure and not some other things, and not having these unintended consequences in the process.
So how would like 2 + 2 = 4, how would that differ for somebody that lives in the urban area or a rural area?
Well, the good
How-
news is 2 + 2 = 4 is not going to differentiate. I feel pretty sure that we're going to be good with that one. But
That's what I was trying to get at, is I think parents not seeing the assessments or maybe not being exposed to these assessments are more worried about, are the kids doing straight up academics, or because we have, or do we have straight mathematicians, straight biologists, straight, are they straight up, or do they have psychological background, and is their effective domain being measured in some way? As far as like a kid's attitudes, values, and beliefs, like because when they said the wrong answer tells us just about as much as the right answer does. And then when you get into that gets into, there's either a fact, you either know the state of Montana or the capital of Montana, or you don't know the state of Montana, what the capital of Montana is. There's no right or wrong. There's either a fact or there's not a fact. So I guess that's what the assessments is. We're trying to figure out. Used to be able to see things come home and used to be able to see what they're missing and what they're being graded on and their test scores. But when you're talking about assessment, those are adaptive. I mean, the book is a book. It's not changing. The piece of paper isn't changing, but the question's being asked, and you're going around and you're getting back to it until you get to a question that the outcome is that you want desired. That's what I feel is happening with assessments, and that's what I'm trying to drill down is when we're getting psychometrics and psychoanalysis and psychology involved in straight up mathematicians, what they know and learn and can teach. Those are why a lot of people are kind of hesitant on doing any type of assessment on their child at a school setting where they're not seeing the responses that their child is being asked, or how they're responding to the stimuli of that question.
So the good news is there is no psychoanalysis. There is no trying to get at values of students. But you are right that unless we can allow parents to know that that is the case, that could be problematic. And if the way to do that is provide more information to parents, we have to figure out how to do that. I do want to get to one other thing, though, because you will not see on the Kansas assessments 2 + 2 = 4. And there's a reason for that, and this now starts to verge into competency-based assessment and competencies. And even though the Kansas assessments are not developed as competency-based assessments, competency-based education helps point us in the right direction. It's not just what a student knows, it's what a student can do. No one goes to a job and gets asked, what does 2 + 2 =? No one goes to a job and gets asked, can you fill out this multiple choice test for us? They have to do real tasks, and we need to be developing students so that they can do these real tasks in the real world. And real tasks are more complicated than 2 + 2 = 4. And so something that has long gone on in math education is contextualized problems. I'll call them word problems, but it's more sophisticated even than that. Part of what you have to do in a math problem is figure out what you have to do to solve a math problem. And in the real world, if you can't figure out what it is that you have to do, you can't do your job. And so we are trying to make sure that, yes, it is about math, but it's about the math that you're going to have to be using, whether it's for your future education or if it's going to be eventually in the workplace. So I would love to have more conversations on these very important issues, and would be happy both to listen and to share my thoughts on those issues as we go forward.
Thank you.
So the goal in test specifications, getting back to where I was to get the best possible evidence based on testing constraints. We are constrained by the amount of time. We are constrained by the environment and what we can do. But computerized testing has given us a lot of opportunity to create new technology-enhanced item types and other ways of trying to tap in better to what students know and can do. We develop it collaboratively with the KSDE subject matter experts. Psychometricians are involved because we have questions of test length, because we need a certain reliability to the test scores. If test scores have too much wobble in them, every measurement has some degree of imprecision in it. If you ever had a child who was sick and you took their temperature and then you decide, oh, I'm going to take it again 5 minutes later, you didn't get the exact same number. Even thermometers, even when you're measuring something with a yardstick or a measuring tape, you don't get precisely the same number for a whole bunch of reasons. Well, we want to keep that variability as tiny as possible. That's what reliability is about. And so the thing that affects reliability the most is test length. And so we have to make sure that when we determine the test length, we can make sure we get enough reliability, and we can make sure that we have items of that quality, that other thing that really affects reliability, that's going to give us results that we can depend upon. And so another issue that comes up always in tests everywhere, we want more bang for our buck. We should want more bang for our buck in every activity that we do. And so we not only want a total score, we not only want a performance category into which we can put a particular child so that we can know what's the best thing educationally to do with that child at this point in time. We want subscores. Because in fact, subscores can help point us to what is the particular challenge this particular child is having. And those also have reliability issues that are associated with them. We then do the item development. Item writers that we use are highly trained subject matter experts. Each item goes through multiple rounds of internal and external review. We validate the content, ensure fairness, ensure that there is a lack of bias, make sure lots of voices are heard in doing this. We look at that field test data. We calculate the various statistics. We don't just make judgments based on statistics. A low item total correlation doesn't necessarily mean the item is a bad item. There may be reasons we expect that. There are times when items are very easy but very appropriate, or very hard but still very appropriate. They're hard because students aren't just getting this concept across the state, which gives us things to think about and work to do as educators. But that also affects the other statistics. So again, it takes appropriate look at the statistics, but the final word is a joint decision with both the educators, the test developers, and the department as to whether an item is good enough to be in the final test. We do more of that psychometric review of the operational forms. And I'm now happy to answer any other questions about either psychometricians or the test development process.
I'm going to ask our board members to ask one question, and if we need to do another round, we will. I'll start with Betty. Because Dr. Kingston has a hard stop, so we need to get him out the door on time.
I appreciate that, and thank you for your presentation. It was very calming, and so I had to sit here and figure out which question is going to be more important. So you've given me a real sense of what's going into putting the test together. I feel good about that, but I have the lingering question because we point fingers. Well, it's one time, doesn't really measure anything. They're not testing to what kids are learning. You hear all examples of it's the test. Then there are indicators that it's the teaching, it's the students, it's the demographics. And I'm wondering, how do we begin to, and let's just stay with the testing part of it. Given the history of how kids have scored on state assessments, given that, you know, we're saying that kids aren't learning, at what point will you begin to think, well, maybe with all of these great things that we do, there might be another level that we need to look at as far as the testing?
So, I loved when Facebook first came along and gave this relationship status. It's complicated because that then became my answer to so many questions. It's really complicated because all of the things that you just mentioned interact with each other. Can our tests be better? Absolutely. I'd say that in general about anything. But what is the trade-off between the time needed for testing, the investment in new forms of tests, and how we are actually using those tests? You mentioned the statement, I would never say that test results of professionally made tests have little or no value. It's one has to consider what that value is and what are appropriate inferences that you can make and what are the ones that you can't make. Testing is at one point in time. It is reasonably accurate for most students at that point in time. But I'll also tell you, back when I was associate commissioner in Kentucky, I had some irate parents. We had tests that were all proficiency assessments. So there were real tasks, there were written responses. We had no short items in those tests, no multiple choice items in those tests. And periodically I would get a phone call or a question about a student who was doing extremely well in school, was ready to go to some wonderful college, had great scores on the ACTs, and my student just scored in the lowest category, and my child just scored in the lowest category. What does this mean? And I'd pull the paper and I'd see a blank sheet. Student didn't respond. This is a problem. I am not pointing the finger at that student. This is a shared problem. We had a testing program back then in Kentucky that for some reason a goodly number of students did not respond seriously to. And we had lots of debates about what we ought to be doing about that, as other debates have gone on in other states about questions like that. I'm only pointing out all of these pieces fit together, but your job, our job, is to figure out the answer that is optimal given all of these problems that we have. One of the things that has been very important to me in my research, I talked about engagement. I don't get much chance to do research anymore. I've moved into a more administrative position, but I try to convince others. I come up with ideas and I say, why don't we do this? And I'm having a slight amount of success, at least there. I raised 2 points, at least, talking about student engagement and talking about fairness and ensuring that tests are fair. And historically, the approach that we took, back in the 1915 Kansas silent reading test, we just took the dominant group, kids on a farm, and all of the items were written for kids on a farm. We learned that that was problematic and that we should have some items that are more engaging or more focused on life experiences of other groups. And so we improved that so that, I remember when I was in graduate school, I did a review of the SAT and looked at actual test questions, and only many test questions have names of people in them, just characters, Billy, Susie, whatever. And if I remember correctly, 10% of the items had female names and 90% had male names. Well, we got better than that. But no matter what you do, if you're trying to appeal to any subgroup of students, might have the opposite effect on other students. And so what we need to do, I would argue, and we're a decade or two of research away from this, is personalize tests in ways that make them engaging to all students, just like we try to personalize, to some extent. A teacher in a classroom knows who her or his students are and tries to come up with examples and ways of teaching to those students who are in that classroom. We need to do that on assessments too. So there are lots of pieces to the answer, and we've got a longer way to go than I wish. When I started in this field, I had all these hopes that, in the next 10 years, we're going to solve all these problems. And now 40 some odd years later, we haven't solved all these problems. But we're making progress, just more slowly than I wish.
Danny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect, I'm sorry.
sorry. So with all due respect, you're doing all this psycho stuff, analysis, and we think we have great assessment tests, but yet we talk about evidence-based and high-quality instruction. Well, statewide, across our state, we're not doing things properly. So as far as grade level proficiency, and that's based on the KSDE website. So if all this stuff is the perfect testing, assessment of the kids, with all the psycho stuff that you're doing, then maybe we need to be looking someplace else. Maybe we're not doing evidence-based or high-quality instruction.
So you are, if I'm understanding you correctly, I agree completely that an assessment isn't going to, by itself, change anything about instruction. Those are two related but separate issues. And yes, you have to think about evidence-based practices in teaching. I remember what a very wise person in my field once said to me, which was, thank you, show me the one example of what you're trying to do, and we can all try to then pursue that. I've not yet seen one school where every single student, one district where every single student is at the level that I wish they were, anywhere in this country. There are a variety of reasons that go beyond instruction, that go beyond assessment, that impact student learning. As a society, we need to do a better job, but as an educational system, we don't control everything that's involved there. My specific expertise, as a professor, I have an opinion on everything, but I want to talk about my expertise, not my opinions, is on assessment. So I'm very happy to answer those questions, but really don't want to get into the instructional part of it.
Anne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, when we say psychometrics, we're not talking about trying to get in somebody's head or groom kids or, do some weird psycho thing. Psychometrics means the science of measuring and making sure that the question tests for the thing you think you're testing for in a fair way. Would that be?
Absolutely correct.
Thank you so much.
I wish the name wasn't psychometrics.
I know, it gets in people's heads, but there you go.
Before I came to the agency and sat in the superintendent chair, there was a discussion that I actually watched that day around the board table. And two people you know well, Diane DeBacker and Brad Nuenswander, after that board meeting met in Diane's office, which is now mine. And the board had said, we're not going to go with Smarter Balance. We want to keep this local. We want KU to develop the next round of assessments because they've been with us. And what is, I hope all of you can appreciate, is that Dr. Kingston and staff, and a lot of staff, were able to bring him here and have these discussions about what do we want to see. Had we purchased something else, we would have had no input at all. And so that's always been valuable, and we appreciate your time and effort to come and continue collaboration to try to make these assessments better for Kansas. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your time today.
Thank you all.
Board members, we will take a 10-minute break back at 11:45.
privilege, but today I think I will. So, you know, that every once a year occurrence that happens that we, you know, as get older, try to ignore. Well, and then the question always is, well, do you feel a year older? I can tell you after 3 assessment presentations today, the answer to that question is yes. I definitely feel a year older. So I just let you make of that what you want. So we had some, shared with you some information about math, because you've been real interested in math, the math assessments and the math results and what we're really trying to measure in math, and then the new project. We did, just to make sure everyone's on the same page as I circle back on that. So when you initially funded the Kansas Math Proficiency program, I don't know, whatever, we dropped proficiency, okay? So it's just called the KMP now. So we really aren't about measuring proficiency with that learning work that we're providing for teachers. We just want to make sure they have the resources they need to really teach students in the classroom. So then we followed that with what I would call, and you probably, you know, I was observing, I was kind of like Jennifer was saying earlier, you know, we all sit here and do our formative assessments. You were very engaged through Dr. Kingston's presentation, and I appreciate that. I'd, you know, worked with KU quite a bit to make sure that they tried to answer the questions that you had, and they'd be willing to come back as we move forward. You know, the current status of assessments is this is the last year that we're using the assessment that we've been using since 2015. And the last 4 years, we've been developing a new assessment that we hope will provide a little more precise measurement and talk to the issues that you raised during that conversation. So then next year, we'll roll out the new assessment, new interims, some upgrades on many tests. And then along with that, I've come to you the last couple of months and talked to you about a new project that we're extremely interested in. And we've not decided on a name for it yet, okay? So KCK has been using benchmark assessments, and we talked about that. I use the word common assessment because it's really going to be common to the local district, but there's also a lot of other common assessments out there. So we're working on some names. So just keep the idea as this group of very talented people come today to share with you their work and what I had asked you last month to fund. So with that, I want to introduce the people that will be making the presentation and the people in the room here supporting it. So first, we have Dr. Zach Conrad. He'll be doing the first set of slides. He works at the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. I first met Dr. Conrad when he was an intern here at KSDE many, many years ago. And from that internship, he became a permanent person on our staff in research and evaluation. From there, he moved on to work with Kansas MTSS, where this idea really kind of got some legs, and they started working on it. So it's been many years. After his time at Kansas MTSS, he moved to Lawrence and piloted a little of this work, and then now he's at Kansas City, Kansas. So he does other things besides being their test coordinator, but that's what he's here to speak on today. His co-presenter would be Spencer Brown, and he's currently the math coordinator at Olathe Public Schools. He also worked at Kansas MTSS. I suspect that that's where the two of them got together and really worked on moving this project forward. Spencer has taught in Kansas. He's the, really leading the project on the professional side of this that I think you'll find interesting and engaging. Along with Spencer today, we have Superintendent Brett Yeager, Chief Academic Officer Dr. Tim Reeves, and the Director of School Improvement, Curriculum, and Assessment, Dr. Julie Veach. And they're all at the Olathe Public Schools and very supportive of this program, and would be happy, very happy, to have any conversations with you after this presentation to explain what they're doing. And then finally, believe he's still here. We have Dr. Jonathan Templin, and he is the psychometrician behind the work that they're doing in KCK and Olathe that I had asked you to fund, that I guess maybe created a little bit of interest on what his work really is. So there isn't time for him to explain what he's really going to be doing in the presentation today. But again, he's available and can come back anytime you want that. I met Dr. Templin when he was a professor in Ed Psych, working with Dr. Kingston at the University of Kansas. And he also worked at the Achievement and Assessment Institute, mostly on our state assessments, but he had a big footprint with the development of the DLM assessment that we use for our kids that have the most cognitively severe disabilities. So that's kind of, maybe if you think about presentations we've had before with the dynamic learning maps, DLM, and then you see what they're doing with this assessment, you might, even for a layperson like myself, I could see the connections, and it makes us very excited with what we might be able to do to improve student achievement in the state. So with that, I'm going to let Dr. Conrad take over.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, board members, I'd like to thank you guys for the opportunity to speak to you today about our assessments. When Beth invited us and said it was going to be assessment day and her birthday, as a psychometrician, I couldn't have been more excited. I think Beth planned this for me as though it was my birthday. So that's fantastic. Thank you, Beth. I'd also like to thank other people that were involved in this. This has been a long process, as Beth has explained. We've had tremendous support at KSDE. Ben Proctor, Jake Steele have been fantastic at helping us navigate some of this. KU and Susan Martin in particular has been terrific partner in helping us deliver this assessment to our students. And so with these partnerships, it's really come alive this year in a way that we're very excited about as well. And so I want to start with a test, obviously, because that's what we're talking about. The question is, which thermometer is best? Go ahead, record your answers. Now, if you're thinking to yourselves, it depends, you'd be right. Okay? If I wanted to take the temperature of my child, I would not select A. I think you could see for obvious reasons, right? Now, for the first reason, that scale is way off. I hope my child's temperature does not register if you could figure out how to actually administer. I'll leave that creativity to yourselves, please don't mention. But A is not an appropriate tool to take my child's temperature. It's not designed for that purpose, right? Now, even if I was to select C, if C gave me a reading, you'll see on there, of 318. It's the right tool, but a 318 is not correct. It's off. Now, if I took my child's temperature again and it told me it was 32, and then again it told me it was 98, could I then reasonably conclude that my kid is just fine? I'd say no, because it's not giving us reliable data. So in the world of psychometrics, what we really want to design is a tool for its intended purpose that can give you reliable and accurate information back. It's not good enough that it's the right tool. It's also got to be a tool that can give you that reliable information back. So assessments are designed to measure different aspects of learning. We can see this with the CAP assessment. The CAP assessment is meant to measure for accountability purposes that end of level. It summarizes all the learning that took place during that school year. And we actually spend a lot of time and money to make sure it gives us reliable, accurate information. And Dr. Kingston, I was able to go through his program. He was my professor. I was able to work at CETE back in the day when it was that. And I know that the quality that's coming out of there, it's designed for that purpose. That's what it's meant to do. Now, sometimes we want it to do something different. And it's not really supposed to do something different, but sometimes we want it to. It's kind of like Dr. Templin actually, when he was a boy, I hope he doesn't mind me sharing this information. He wanted to get out of school one day. And so he stuck his the thermometer in a teacup, and it burst at 108, right? We wanted it to do something for us that it wasn't actually designed to do. It wasn't designed to go that. It's not designed to measure the temperature of hot tea, right? But sometimes we want to force it to do something that we want it to do for our purposes. And we really can't do that with our assessments. They're designed for a specific purpose to be reliable for that purpose. And so I want to talk about a few different ones because this is how we got to the assessment that we designed in KCK and Olathe. And so the first thing I want to talk about is screeners. Screeners are a general tool that are meant, they're probably most closely related to taking a temperature, a thermometer, a forehead thermometer. Everybody can take it. We can know whether you have a temperature or you don't have a temperature. But what it doesn't tell us is why. Right? So if I'm able to take the temperature of my entire classroom, I could separate you out to say, you have a fever, you don't have a fever. Now, does that mean you're sick? The vast majority of the time, if you got a fever, yeah, you're sick. But you could be sick without a fever as well. So I have a whole nother group over here that I said, you're not sick because I took your temperature, and I might be wrong, right? I might have missed you. And the group over here that I did say, yeah, you got a temperature, you're sick, I still have no idea why you're sick. Often screeners already tell us information that we know, they just kind of verify it for us. My stomach hurts, my head hurts. I already have some other data points. You're not reading on grade level, or you missed a lot of questions on this, or when I ask you questions, you're not fully comprehending. The screener helps validate that. And that's nice. It's great for a teacher to be able to have that external validation that yes, something is off. But often it does not tell us what. We need a diagnostic assessment for that. We need something to dive deeper. Now, a lot like temperatures, if I just know you have a fever, I have to do a litany of tests to now discover what that is, because I don't really have a starting point. Just like screeners, when it tells me something is wrong, I now have to discover what is wrong. And typically diagnostics take a lot of time to really weed things out. Yes, it's this, no, it's not that. Yes, it's phonics, or no, it's decoding words, right? I got to go through all of them to weed them out. And that's not really time well spent, but it's just because we start from the point of you got a temperature. Now, most of the assessments that we have are norm referenced assessments that really just line students up. So now I could take an NWA map and I could say, okay, now on math, I know that you're lower than somebody else. I know that there's a fever there, but still I don't know why the fever is there or what is causing the fever. I can now tell you that you are different than somebody else. But that's not really the information that a teacher needs. One of the most frustrating things when I was a teacher is I already knew that. I knew that kiddo was lower than the other kiddo. I need different information. I need the why and the what, right? I already know the who. You could tell me the who all day long. I know that. And so the vast majority of the times, what I need to know is the student proficient in this or not proficient? Pushing them into two groups. I don't need to line them all up and then say, okay, this student is lower than that student. That's not really what I need. I need, do you have it? Do you not have it? You see this most of the time that we end up grouping students anyways, right? At the end of most assessments, we end up just grouping them as kiddos that have it and not have it. The problem with this is when I line a student up all in order, it takes a ton of items, about 20 items, to line a student up effectively. You can imagine that if I have one question on the test, I can push you into two groups most of the time. But not reliably, right? It's just one question. So I need a lot of questions to really line everybody up. Whereas this, I just need a few items to push you one way or the other to really know if you're proficient or not proficient. The way that this works, and actually on the slide it's animated a bit, so you're going to lose that here. So imagine with me. The first green line right here, if I get an easy item correct, then I bump up a little bit. But if I get a hard item correct, I bump up a lot. My confidence that you are proficient in this goes way up. Now, if I get an easy item wrong, something's off, right? You shouldn't have missed an easy item. And so my probability goes way down, more towards the not proficient side. So what we need are the psychometrics, that statistical analysis on the back end to do the how hard is the item, and did you get it right or wrong, and your ability all at the same time. That is a difficult task, and it takes a different type of statistics in order to do that. So when we want Jonathan Templin, Dr. Templin, to do some of that work, it's because he is a leading expert in this type of psychometrics in the field to push students one way or the other. Now, the reason why this is so important, if I was to measure at the standard level using traditional psychometrics at 20 items each, and I wanted to do 10 standards, take me about 200 items. I just did that math real quick. 200 items. We can't subject kids to 200 items to get at this level of information. But if I can push them one way or the other reliably, I can do it in 5 to 8 items. That's much fewer items to be able to get teachers the information, not only about who, but what they've mastered and what they haven't. So now I'm putting information back in the teacher's hands about the what. Not only that, I show them the items so that they know the why. So now I have the who, the what, and the why. So teachers can speak individually to each student about what is happening and why it's happening. We can start to form groups so that teachers can remediate on specific issues with specific students on why it's taking place. So the conversation changes a little bit. So currently, in our current model, you'll see the left-hand side, when we're talking to parents, when teachers have that conversation with parents, instead of saying your student has a score of a 20, or 60th percentile, or above the cut, or scored a 75%, there's additional meaning that has to be placed on that. The follow-up question is, what does that mean, right? Most parents are going to come back and say, well, oh, okay, what does that mean? Instead, we've shifted over to the right side, where the student is proficient using addition or proficient using subtraction. So we're cutting out that part of interpretation and giving it directly to the parent of how you can help your student, how I as a teacher am helping the student, and how that can be supported. Should work on division. Okay, now we have some specifics, and I can show you the items and the answer responses to say, okay, this is where they're off a bit. Right? These are the things that we can work on. This is what we can help with. And so the conversation changes with the teacher. It changes with the parent. It's more direct and identifying that specific thing that the student needs to work on. And so I selected this picture for a reason. It's the Roman arches. Because that archway that the Romans really developed and perfected was the foundation of their architectural mastery. Really, they were able to do so much stuff with it because they mastered this, and it's still around today. Well, that archway is held up by that keystone. That keystone is fundamental in that arch. With you remove it, it falls apart. We have designed this so that what I'm calling is this rapid diagnostic, where we're able to diagnose at the standard level where students are on and where they are off, and then why by looking at the items. This holds together your balanced assessment system. where you have your classroom formatives, what teachers are doing on an everyday basis with standards, it helps them calibrate against an assessment with a known reliability. So if I've been teaching all day and I think my students got it, I can then calibrate against something with a known reliability to say, ooh, maybe I'm off a little bit. Maybe not all the students got it the way that I thought they did. So let's go ahead and let's calibrate our formative practice. But it also ties then to the state assessment because it's standards based and we are able to link what we're doing on our standards to the state assessment. Therefore, when teachers get that feedback, and I'll use me as an example, I didn't do well on any of the standards that I got assessed. My teacher now says, well, Zach, I can't reteach quarter one while teaching quarter two and quarter one again. There's not enough time in the day. So what we provide is a starting point, the standard that's going to make the most difference for that student. We target that to say, you know what? Start here. This is the standard that is going to make the most impact on that outcome that we care about. And then go to the next one as time permits. But we pinpoint which one first because we link our benchmarks to the state assessment. So you're able to get the keystone in the middle connecting these two classroom formative and state assessments like never before. And so I'm going to turn the time over to Spencer Brown to explain how this looks, how this is operationalized, how the reports are done, and then how the professional development is done to make it come alive.
Thank you, Zach, Madam Chair, Commissioner Watson, Board. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you. I also would be remiss, obviously I want to thank all the people that Zach thanked, but I would be remiss to not thank our teachers. Everything that I'm going to show you is going to have a lot of intentionality. And so working with them as they work through the hardest job in our district, being before those kids every day and figuring out what it is they need to step forward, I would be remiss to not first make clear everything we're going to talk about is because of their hard work and dedication to it. But I want to start with this idea where Zach left off of the Keystone Assessment. I think it's a really good analogy, and I appreciate where he's showing how these two come together. But it calls to question, if this is to be the Keystone Assessment, what is the particular content that has to be available on this to get that valid interpretation? And so I use this analogy, and I'm going to use it several times in my presentation here. John Hattie, we do a lot about talk about formative versus summative assessments in education. John Hattie refers to it as formative is tasting the soup in the kitchen, summative is putting it on the table. And I really appreciate this analogy. It speaks to the expertise and care that teachers take with each dish or with each student as we're thinking through what is it that this particular student needs to get to where we need to go, to get to his goals or her goals before we set that out on the table. But there is one space that this might fall a little bit short. If we think of the state assessment as the summative assessment referenced here, because it certainly is one of them, in a restaurant, your master chef certainly has a big hand in writing that menu. The summative assessment of the state assessment is an outside measure. I don't get to see the items on that menu. I don't get to know how many of each standard are on that menu, and it should be that way. It's an outside measure. It's to measure, are we generalizing our math ability or ELA ability in a space that's increasing our general overall outcomes. Moreover, our particular state assessment is a very rigorous one. It's one that we put, and I'll show you an example from a mini test, very rigorous items on. Because we want to know, are we meeting the full proficiency of the standard for the student? So I'm grateful for the rigor that exists on it, but it calls into question the space of, well, how do I get a taste for that in the kitchen? How do I make sure that our teachers have the full understanding of what the proficiency of that standard is in a way that's reliable, as you've heard, as we've talked about different assessments, and one that I can count on and I can use every day in my instruction. And so as we go through this, you heard earlier I'm the math coordinator, so I'm going to be focused primarily on math assessment as we roll through this. It's also the space that we've worked the furthest on in this work, although we are working on it in ELA as well. And so as we think about what is this proficiency that we're looking for, what are the formatives that we need, in Olathe we talk a lot about this concept of is learning really a process or an event? Because this changes how we assess things. Dylan Williams says an assessment is, I ask you to do something, I watch what you do, and I draw an inference. Well, if that's what an assessment is, we should be assessing all the time. And we should be assessing to understand where is the student in their progression of learning, not just from second grade to third grade math, but even within the space of singular skills and standards. 2MBT1 is a critical place value standard that happens in second grade. My understanding of 2MBT1 and the depth of my understanding of 2MBT1 carries with me all the way to 8th or 9th grade algebra proficiency readiness. Because I begin to understand the patterns that exist in base 10 number systems that the algebra then draws the blueprints for later on. And so as we think about this, we have to think about, okay, if I'm trying to teach a kid 2MBT1, what is it that I'm looking for as a teacher? And so we tend to use two different sides of the coin. We talk about at-risk versus proficiency. That helps us identify not only what assessments we're using, but even items. What is it you want to know from this item? What is it you're looking for in the student? And so I'll give you the example of learning about rectangles. When a student first learns about rectangles, they first learn that opposite sides must be equal. They also learn that every angle must be 90 degrees. These are very basic facts that a student has to get a hold of if they're to go to a space of playing with the idea of rectangles, consolidating them, and moving into the space of proficiency. Proficiency is maybe when a kid says, hey, a square is a rectangle. And the first time I presented this to teachers, one of them said, okay, so we should teach kids squares are rectangles. And I said, well, maybe, but that's not the point. The point is, when I saw a kid wrestle with the facts, the at-risk sides of rectangles, and get to the space where they could consolidate it and say, wait, I get what's going on here. And because of that, I know a square is a rectangle. That is a really good indicator that that student has developed what we call a schema around rectangles, and now as they move forward into math, where they move into triangles and polygons, they can walk in with one chunk of their working memory because they know deeply what is a rectangle. And so knowing that we get a kid to the space of true proficiency matters a lot, especially in a subject area around math, which we would say is ruthlessly cumulative, right? We have to understand deeply these concepts so that we reduce our working memory as we move forward into deeper concepts. And so to move kind of out of the space of theory and more into a particular case study, I'm going to talk about a kid, just a case study of a fourth grade student who scores a 297. We're going to reference him as Timmy. A 297 is a really important score. Those of you know where those cuts fall. 300 is a level 3. And so this is exactly the type of student that we would look to teachers and say, hey, we got to move Timmy. And so the first question goes all the way back to the soup in the kitchen. What is it the teacher needs to taste for? What is it they're looking for? What is Timmy missing scoring a 297? And so one of the first places we would look would be the systemic assessment of Fastbridge. Earlier, Zach talked about that as the thermometer of the screener. It serves a really important role. It serves the role of saying, is there an at-risk concern? Is the student performing dramatically below those of his peers? Well, in the case of Timmy, I went ahead and pulled real data, and I found 43 students, a subgroup of 43 students who scored a 297 in fourth grade in Olathe. Only 2 of them were flagged at risk on Fastbridge. This is not particularly concerning. This is a matter of understanding what it is that Timmy's missing. What this indicates to me is that Timmy's not missing at-risk type items. He's doing pretty well on the types of items that we'd see on a screener, potentially. But there's another side of that, and that's the proficiency side, that Timmy very well may not be doing as well with. And so this isn't to say Fastbridge needs to be a different thermometer. No, Fastbridge serves a really important role in our system and is an important thermometer. But for moving a 297, I likely need a different thermometer, which brings us to the assessment we're talking about today. As a teacher, the first thing I would do is go look at the standards. The standards, we have performance level descriptors, is what they're called, and they're for every cluster. So if I'm Timmy's fourth grade teacher, I'm going to dive into those clusters. This is 4NFA, and I'm going to look and I'm going to say, okay, I can see the level 4 student should be able to solve multi-step, real-world, mathematical problems involving multiplying a fraction and whole number. not too complicated. I taught high school math, so I'm not the best with 4th grade math, but this makes sense to me. I can write word problems where I'm multiplying a fraction and a whole number. But as I dive a little bit deeper and I get to the space of mini tests, I find something that I certainly wouldn't have come up with. A radio station is going to give away 200 prizes. The ballpark holds 900 fans, and it's 1/3 of the way full. How many fans don't get a prize? Make no mistake, I love this item. This is a great item. A better 4th grade teacher than myself may have come up with several items this great, but I don't know that I would have. This is a really good item, but this is the ingredients that the teacher needs. And this isn't the sort of item we find on an at-risk screener. This is something very different. And this is what we're beginning to aim at in Olathe as we work towards true proficiency type assessments. And so when we go back to this idea of, okay, so what is it that we need to get the taste of? How do we make sure that teachers have the opportunity to see items like that? Use them with their students so that teachers and students alike can measure themselves against the full proficiency of the standard. A student can understand, okay, this is my best next step. A teacher can understand, have I been interpreting the standard to the full depth, or is there something more? Is there something more rigorous that I could go after? And so we've tried to write our assessments like this, and I'm going to show you examples now specifically from Olathe. So this is on a 4th grade benchmark assessment. We gave students this question. Kevin has 240 stickers. Nicole has 2,400. What do you know to be true about the relationship of their stickers? And the answer is, well, Nicole has 10 times as many as Kevin. This is a very basic foundational understanding of place value. What happens to a number when we multiply by 10? What happens to a whole counting number? And you can see that this particular subgroup, we did really well. Our students understood this quite well. This is the at-risk side. We really need kids to understand this if they're to understand place value. We gave that same group of kids this item. In which number is the value of 4 10 times that of what it would be in 384,927? This particular standard is calling for beginning to generalize place value and understanding what happens to a number, what's the relationship between a digit to the digit to its right and to the digit to its left in any number. So a kid who has full proficiency of this standard is going to look at this number and say, okay, well, that 4 is worth 4,000. I need a number where it's worth 40,000. And it's fairly straightforward, but it's certainly a different level than the first. This is the same group of students. And we can find that we get a very different number of students that are doing well on this. In particular, we find that the kids who had the misconception chose the largest number because they were thinking maybe they needed to multiply the number by 10, just as they did in the item before. This is the sort of information that we got to get for Timmy. We showed that he did well on Fastbridge. He's likely doing just fine on that item on the left. So what's the next step for him? We need items like this. We need ingredients, so to speak, like this with our teachers so that they can look at this and say, okay, I get where the misconception's coming, and I know where the next step is for Timmy. He's kind of cut off here. This is a high jumper, in case you were wondering. But in order to do this, we've had to put forth some pretty rigorous assessments, which is very different than the way we have tended to operate with assessments. Oftentimes with assessments, we sometimes boil down that idea of beginning with the end in mind by looking at the end of unit assessment and saying, okay, when am I going to teach items like this throughout the chapter? What we have pushed our instructional leaders and teachers to begin to think about is if you never see a student be unsuccessful, do you actually know what they can do? And because of that, we're putting on items that seem very novel to students because we want to see, did you have the at-risk side? Did you have it to the level where you could take those facts, consolidate them, walk into novel situations and say, I know how to do this. I know what that 4 represents. It doesn't matter if I saw an item just like that in my classroom. Because the reality is, the item that they saw on this assessment, they're not going to see on the state assessment. They're not going to see on any summative measure. But they are going to see items that call for the same level of rigor that allows them to walk in blind to those items and say, I got this. I know how to do this. But it's a very different way of looking at assessment, and it's come with admittedly lesser scores than maybe we're used to on typical formatives. And so, because of that, it's called us to really think about how do we provide this feedback to a teacher that's meaningful and not offensive, potentially, when I see lower scores than I'm used to. And so what this did is it actually called us to some research that's aging quite well, Ruth Butler from 1986, and she actually looked at feedback to students. And she said, how do you give feedback to students in a way that's meaningful and drives them forward? And in particular, she defined it, her research into two positions. She said feedback either comes from the position of a task orientation, which says, what does this tell me about how to move forward in my goals and my objectives? Or it lands in a space of ego that says, what does this tell me about me as an individual? And this is really important when we start to think about how we're providing this feedback to teachers, because we certainly don't want the latter. Dylan William has pushed this research a little bit further, and he said what happens when they land in these two spaces, if we can get to task, I can attempt to grow. I have feedback that allows me to say, okay, what's my next best step? But if I hit ego, as a human being, my first objective is to protect my well-being. And when we think about the reality that we're working with teachers who pour their heart and soul into everything they can for teachers or for students, which teaching is maybe one of the hardest jobs to do really well that exists. I don't need an assessment to come to my teachers who take that very serious, and we're very grateful for that in Olathe, to say, hey, you don't know how to do your job. And when we're giving really rigorous assessments, it's really important that we're paying close attention to how we're providing that feedback to make sure we're on the task side and that we're never taking a shot at the professionality of a teacher. And so with that, we've had to develop a really clear protocol. And in the development of this protocol, I have the fortunate advantage of having 10 support specialists that focus specifically on math. They are trained deeply in the standards, evidence-based instructional practices, as well as behavior change, so that when we go out and we work with teachers, we understand how to drive it to that task orientation. So the first thing we actually do is we just analyze the test. We don't look at the results. We say, let's get it out. Let's look at the questions. How do you think your kids did? Which items do you think they did really well? Which ones do you think they struggled with? Why do you believe that? And what this does is it pushes the feedback into the task orientation right out of the gate, because I'm already beginning to give myself feedback based on what I know about students. From there, then we go into item level analytics, much of what you saw earlier of how many chose A, how many chose B, how many chose C. So now we can wrestle with our assumptions, and we could say, were we right? The ones that we thought we did really well on, did we? The ones we didn't think we'd do as well on, did we? Why or why not? Why did they choose that particular wrong answer? What's the misconception that existed that those students were choosing the 484,000 answer as opposed to the correct one? What exists there so that we can begin to identify what are the strengths and weaknesses of students as well as my class? Then we get to move into planning for next steps. And this is the space where we get to talk about that progression. And we say, okay, let's look at the kiddos that missed those low rigor items. Were those kiddos already identified, whether that be through FastBridge or another formative assessment? And are those kiddos in an intervention that makes sense based on the misconceptions that we're seeing on this test as well? Then we get to look at the kids who missed the high rigor items. And this is often the kind of kid that sometimes we start to forget about. This is the kind of kid that is Timmy. He likely got the low rigor items right. So we look at this and we say, okay, so Timmy's missing these high rigor items. What does that mean about his understanding of place value? What's the best next step for Timmy? And then we get to think about things as a class. Are there ways that I can lift the tide for all of my ships? Are there ways that I can increase the rigor in my class in general? Sometimes that's as simple as we see an item and the teacher says, honestly, I haven't exposed my kids to that notation, and I should have. Okay, that's a pretty straightforward response. We can go back and we can expose our students to different notations so that they understand that they mean the same thing. Other times it's I just haven't got to that rigor. And we need to really think about how we start to formatively assess along the way at a higher level of rigor. From there, and this is the space where, right where I've shown you up to this point is kind of where we lived up to this point in Olathe. What we're working on as that next best step, and this is what we're working on with Dr. Templin as well, is we then get to give feedback to the teacher that goes back to that outside measure and goes back to the kitchen and says, okay, so let's think about what this means for the state assessment. And what we can do is we can look at those item response patterns. First of all, we look at the items. Earlier you heard Dr. Kingston mention not all items are created equally. We have certainly found that to be the situation with the help of Dr. Templin as he gives back our item analytics, and we find, oh, you know what, this item for some reason was really easy for kids to guess. Or this item didn't measure what we thought it measured, because the kids who were doing really well on the other rigorous items are not doing well on this, and the kids who are not doing well are doing well. So we get that analytics, and that's valuable conversation. But then the other analytics we get is when we look at the item response patterns of the students, we can look at previous students and say, okay, students who had mastered these particular standards, what did that mean for the state assessment? And we can start to draw some predictions about here's where we think kids might land. Not only that, but what we can do is we can then say, but what if they'd have done better on any particular standard? How could that have shifted our prediction? And that's a really important question because you can see, and I apologize for the small font, but you can see several students on this example, their next best standard was 3087. Had they done better on that particular 5-item part of the assessment, a lot of them, we would have had a prediction that was about 15 points higher on the state assessment. And this is where we get into some really rich conversation with teachers. Because the question isn't simply, all right, so how do I make kids go answer those 5 questions better? No, the level of knowledge that existed was the kids were able to walk in blind and do those 5 questions well. So this is where there's really intentional professional learning with the teachers around what those standards mean. What does that look like in a classroom where we can start to say, okay, how do you ensure that you're going now to the rigor where a kid could walk in blind to items that rigorous and do well? Because that's what we have to remediate on. That's the thing that we have to improve on if we actually want to see the prediction move. Ultimately, we're back at this space. We want to have full clarity as to where kids are at in terms of their at-risk side of understanding all the way up to proficiency. And we think this assessment is one that really helps us particularly get to the side of proficiency on this, to have full clarity of, are we meeting that need? John Hattie refers to this when he talks about teacher estimates of achievement. This idea that if as a teacher I have full clarity as to where a student is at in their progression that I'm trying to take them on, that has the opportunity to accelerate learning like few other things do. If I truly understand with clarity where they're at, that can move the needle in significant ways. And so let's look back at Timmy. We talked earlier about the reality that he's likely doing well on the 240 stickers versus 2,400. Whether it's this particular proficiency item or others, I know there's proficiency items he's struggling with. And we want to give the teachers the ingredients that they need to make sure they can move Timmy. The other important thing to mention here, when we look back at that other slide, we report back on every student. The hidden reality here is that it's not just a 297 that I'm concerned about moving to a 300. Every student, John Dewey says, any parent, what they would want for their own kid, we have to want for every student, and anything else is narrow and unlovely. And I love that statement. The reality is, if my kid's predicted for a 305, I want a teacher who has the clarity to understand how to aim at a 320. If my kid's projected for a 260, I want the clarity for the teacher that helps them understand how to aim at a prediction of a 275. And Betty, you mentioned it's not just a state assessment, and I agree, but with the approach of understanding the proficiency, our hope is that a rising tide raises all ships here. If the state assessment is truly a rigorous assessment of our general math ability, if we're moving the needle on specific standards in a really rigorous way, it'll lift that state assessment. And it's not a matter of teaching specifically to that, it's a matter of teaching to a rigor that we believe will lift that alongside of my proficiency as I move to become algebra ready. And so as we think about Timmy, and the item on the left is likely one he's doing well, the item on the right maybe not so much, and we think back to Zach's reference of how we can have these conversations with stakeholders that are a completely different depth. I would even push that further, and not only are we having the conversation of, hey, your kiddo's at the 60th percentile, moving that to your kiddo's proficient with addition, but we're even getting into the space now within those single skills and standards where we could say, hey, let me talk to you about where your kid's really good at in understanding what happens when we multiply by 10. Now let's talk about what your kid thinks the value of 4 is in 340,000. Because this is really where they're struggling. They're learning to generalize this. And the power of the conversation here, I don't think can be overstressed, because it's not just the power within my classroom, but now it is the power to talk to every stakeholder, including parents, about here's what I saw. And if we needed to look specifically at that assessment to say, this is the kinds of items we're talking about that your kiddo struggled with, we have that opportunity, which makes this assessment completely distinct from any in the field right now, because we can look at the items, we can have the depth of conversation, and we can draw the correlation to the outside measure. It is worth noting that it's not just the assessment. We can't just give this assessment, hand the results to teachers, and assume that all of the practice changes. You heard me reference many times this idea of, okay, so what is the depth of that standard? We're fortunate right now in Olathe to have 10 individuals that I would put up against anyone in their knowledge of standards, instruction, and behavior change. And so we have their knowledge and we have their ability to come alongside teachers, because it's the assessment and it's the embedded embedded professional learning that has to move the needle. I have to get the assessment, but then I need someone to help me figure out what do I do with these ingredients, because they're new to me. If I'm in the kitchen and I'm using them, you got to walk me through how to use them and how to use them appropriately. That conversation of, it's not just get them to do those questions better, but get them to a depth of knowledge that they would have done it blind. That's a rich conversation. And that's a different way of thinking about assessment than we're used to thinking. And so we're fortunate to have that opportunity, and it's something that we hope to continue to see grow, not only Olathe, but beyond us as well.
So to wrap it all up, we took assessments or the ideas that are already existing, and we built it in a way, starting with the end in mind, of we needed to give teachers specific feedback so that they had the who, they had the what, and they had the why. You may be able to have multiple assessments get you to that point. Maybe, right? There's some assessments out there that we might be able to get there, but we had to go to the drawing board and design something specific for this. And so I'm grateful that I have some of that training and background, that Spencer in Olathe has that support network to support it on the PD side, that I happened to take a course from Dr. Templin to really meld all of this together so that we could design a thermometer that checks all of these boxes, that teachers are able to see the items, that it's able to be predictive, that it has some reliability, that we are able to do it in a formative way, that we can deliver it in a formative way. All of those boxes for us got checked, and you might be able to do it in a combination, but it's more laborious for a teacher when a teacher has a lot of other stuff on their plate. And so for us in our experience, there's this technical aspect of building assessments, which I think Dr. Kingston did a fantastic job of walking through, so I won't repeat any of that. But having that training and background, we go through a similar process to make sure that our items are the right items, that we do the statistics on the back end, that we lean into Dr. Templin to run a lot of those analytics for us. But then you heard Spencer talk about that adaptive side of things, where the training still needs to go out and we still need to support. So this is an ongoing process for us as well, because it's a big lift. And without leaning into each other in our school districts, we wouldn't be able to do something of this magnitude. We're large school districts. We have capacity. We also understand not many other school districts have this type of capacity. We are aware of that, and we are fortunate that we do have that capacity so that we can innovate in this way and really benefit our teachers and students through this process. Because we understand at the end of the day, teachers just need to read that thermometer. They got a lot of things going on. They do not need to go out and hunt that bird, field dress it, clean it. That's not what they do. We need to do that to support them so they can do the real work of addressing those learning needs and moving, especially in KCK, our students out of that level 1 into higher performance levels. We have to do that. But we have to give them the appropriate thermometer so they know the who, the what, and the why. With those in hand, we can support them to really help our students. And with that, we'll take questions, if any.
Thank you very much. Start with Michelle.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I heard you a couple times, more than once, use the word behavior change. So if I'm just doing a quiz or a test, I have my classroom and we're talking about Civil War and we're talking about when it may have started, and 90% of the room, their hands go up, and so you may be able to move on to the next subject or the next thing within that chapter, because the majority of your class, a teacher used to be able to impart that knowledge to the children in the classroom, and she did that through either asking questions, doing quizzes. And so what I'm wondering is if the students are coming like let's just say, for instance, Olathe has a lot of different backgrounds. So the kids are coming from varying demographics, and they're coming with different biases. Do we use assessments differently? Are they doing different assessments based off their demographics? Because you kept talking about behavior change. How are you changing behavior through an assessment rather than just where you used to just have a quiz or a test, and you're wondering if that child is acquiring the knowledge that the teacher is imparting to that classroom?
Yeah.
Because that's education. This sounds like we're molding and changing and doing it based off of an outcome that we want to see. So we're going to keep reassessing until they come out with that same. They all come out with that same outcome, or whatever it is that we're wanting to get to on that. With you're talking about behavior change. I guess I'm concerned when you say behavior change.
Yeah, no, I'm grateful for the answer, or for the question, Michelle. When we're talking about behavior change, I'm actually referring to our support specialists coaching up teachers on how they would make modifications in their classroom. So it's really the adult behavior change that we're talking about. And so if we want teachers to use different strategies for teaching, we have to reduce the friction to do that. We have to put forth the supports to them that make that easy for them to implement. And so when I'm talking about behavior change, I'm really thinking about more those principles of how do you shrink the change for any staff member that we want to see a change in what it is that they're teaching or how they're teaching something. How do we provide full clarity of what that is? How do we give them any supports that make that possible? The behavior change references are not ones that we're talking about students with. That was more of a how do we actually implement the changes as a teacher that we need to get to the level of rigor that we're talking about. So I apologize for the confusion on that one.
So are children taking different assessments? Are they all just, I mean, if a quiz were to come home, or a test or whatever, that they're, as they're learning and acquiring knowledge throughout the year, with whatever, some kids are just using textbooks and some kids are using actual technology. The ones that are using actual textbooks, wouldn't that be a little bit different than somebody that's actually doing adaptive or doing these assessments constantly within their classroom?
Yeah, so from a systemic perspective, any of our systemic assessments, a screener, the benchmark assessments I'm talking about, we also have pre-module assessments. Those assessments are consistent regardless of where you're at. We're going to give those exact same assessments because we're working on those to pull the exact same kind of interpretation as to what the student might need. Obviously, there are formative assessments with students that we're talking about when we are talking about, in particular, if we look at our MTSS time where we're working with interventions, we're going to give those students different assessments based on their target of instruction. But it's based on the academic need that we're seeing. We're not giving a different assessment in one elementary that has a higher demographic than we are one that tends to have a lower demographic. The standard is the standard, and we're giving that same assessment regardless of where you're at. And I think Zach maybe had something to add.
Yeah, just as to follow up on that, we all know that teachers in their classroom, they have autonomy and freedom to teach the way that they teach. They assess, they send home quizzes and homework assignments and all of those things. I think that we can all remember maybe a university professor that we didn't want to take because the workload was significantly different in another class that we get the same credit for. We have differences that across the board, but our assessments allow us at the district level, where Beth mentioned earlier, this is a kind of a common assessment because it's across our district, so it gives us the ability to see district-wide what might be working better than what other locations aren't working. And we get to hone in on that a little bit more because they're taking the same assessment with the same standards in the same way, much like the state assessment gives us that at a state level view. And so our assessments wouldn't necessarily be different in that regard, but a teacher still has that autonomy. It's just allowing us to maybe see what's working, what's not working, what to scale up, and what to maybe do less of.
Thank you.
Betty.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for this presentation because you've given me a little bit of that forensic information. I often wondered when we were presented the idea that, okay, we figured out that it was an inability to read, which was a problem. So that little bit of information helps me. But from there, if knowing we do this and we're still getting just a marginal increase in the results, what other area would you look at to give maybe a bigger bounce to the results? Or am I looking at the wrong item here?
No, I think initially what we expect to see that correlation, that bounce, right? If I'm pinpointing early, tasting the soup, saying, hey, 3 OA1, if we increase that, we increase this, we should see that. We should see that I can, while there's still time, increase knowledge in that area, and that should go up. If we're not seeing the bump like we anticipated, there's other things that we need to evaluate along the way. But currently, the system is designed to do specifically that. It's specifically designed to see that bump, like no other assessment system is. I can provide that feedback to you. You can work on it. I can see that bump. And so it's going to be insightful when we get the data back, because this will be our second year now receiving that data. And then the third year, we'll be able to really see that interplay between I've improved here, like you said to, how does that impact now that? So I should see that.
Just a quick little, okay. So if that is indeed the case where we're identifying, okay, this is an area you need to work on, is that structured more with just the teacher, or is this additional support that the families, as in your example, have to give? And if that's the case, how would you measure if that's being met? That's all.
No, I think that's a really good question, because in any system, you have to say, okay, is it operating the way that we designed before you answer, did it make the improvement that we wanted to see? I think from this perspective, and what we're presenting on today, it's really about getting the clarity to open up all avenues that you just mentioned, right? We want the teacher to have the clarity to make the change for the student, but we also want the teacher to have the clarity to have the conversation with the parent who's willing and able to be supporting that at home as well. And so I think it's a yes all. Right now, the space is saying, okay, how do we make sure we're making a valid interpretation of what it is that a student needs? And then there's the professional learning that goes alongside that to say, okay, what does this mean for your classroom? What does this mean for your intervention time? What does this mean for your conversation with mom and dad when we get ready to have a parent-teacher conference or at any other point in time? So yes, kind of all.
Anne.
I just want to thank you for your work. It's so important. I mean, if we're really going to do the 4 fundamentals and move to a balanced assessment scheme, then we've got to have this kind of work going on. And if we're doing it closer to where the rubber meets the road, then that's all the better. You can make immediate changes. You can see what works and doesn't work. So thank you for that. I mean, we're all about changing adult behaviors to improve kids learning. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't see any more questions at this time. Thank you both so much. Thank all of you for your work and
Thank
for
you.
being here today. Appreciate it. We will move on to item 7 on today's agenda. Mr. Scott Gordon, are you here? All right, there he is. Welcome back. Receive staff response and act on pending amendments to the PPC regulations. And board, this is a roll call vote. I guess I can go over that. I'll let you remind us of what we're voting on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I'll follow the rules and get on the microphone. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday, someone commented, I only ever see you in bow ties. You should wear regular ties more often. And this morning, the same person said, you should go back to bow ties. They didn't like my tie selection for some reason. I wasn't going to name names. I don't know what Eric's doing right now, but pardon me a second. Okay, I probably should just let him open up the PowerPoint. Sorry, force of habit. Am I good now? Eric, may I? Okay. Thank you. So, taking the comments that you all heard yesterday, both in writing and the testimony you received from Linda Seek and Kimberly Streit-Vogelsberg, hopefully I said her name right that time. I usually screw it up. And I appreciate Linda's service to the Professional Practices Commission. I really do. And I appreciate the fact that she was here to testify. But I also would appreciate, I do appreciate the fact that while she was serving and she was the chair of the Professional Practices Commission, that's when this set of regulations started. She was part of the Professional Practices Commission that asked for many of these changes. And I will also comment that Linda was right about something, about there used to be a huge backlog on PPC cases. We were bringing all of the cases to the PPC and the state board, and there was a huge backlog. You will recall that over the past several years, I have come to you all and said, we have too many cases. Can I please start clearing some of these lower level, non-threatening cases on my own without taking them to the PPC? And you have given me that permission at least 3 times that I can think of, where we are taking fewer and fewer cases to the Professional Practices Commission. So we have taken those steps to reduce that backlog. But we still think that there is a need to clarify what some of the regulations mean and exactly what does it mean to have for misconduct or other just cause, right? A very broad term that we try to clarify. So you're going to hear me repeat that term quite a bit as I go line by line through some of the concerns that were raised by KSDE. Well, I'll just get to the specific in just a moment. What I would share with you is a little bit of data. I think there may be the misunderstanding that suddenly there's going to be a balloon of complaints that are going to be filed with the Professional Practices Commission, and that we are overwhelmed and we have, thousands of cases as it is. Well, I've had staff help me look through some numbers. From July 1st through 2023, the agency received over 15,000 applications. 490 of those were reviewed by my office. Now, you know that between July 1st and now, I have not brought to you 490 cases. Between July 1st, 2022 and the same date, 23, the agency received 25,000 applications. 959 of those were reviewed by my agency. And again, I didn't bring anywhere near that number of cases. Through those 2 years, my office cleared 224 cases with permission, which means we could have brought those cases forward. There was a basis in someone's criminal history to bring them before the professional practices. But due to the grace and discretion you've given my office, we did not bring those forward. In the year 2022, there were only 25 cases that were assigned case numbers. In the year 23, there were 51. So far, I've filed 5 cases. I don't even know that I've filed that many. There are that many that have been assigned numbers, which means they will eventually go to the Professional Practices Commission. So we are talking about a very small number of individuals that would ever be affected by these regulations. That's not to say that they're not important. I'm just saying that this is not a huge, this doesn't teach every licensed individual in Kansas. So, all right, broke my toy. Am I able to control it this way or not, Eric? Okay, thank you. So anyway, here are the regulations that we're talking about, 1A, 1B, 2, 5A, 9, 22, and 25. The first change is on page 30 of your packet. And I will tell you that I'm going to have to cover this quite a bit. Allegedly, I only have 10 minutes to go through this. I'm going to try to do these line by the comments that were pointed out by KSDE. Currently, we can bring a complaint, or anyone can bring a complaint, based on misconduct or other just cause, including, and there's a laundry list of items. The first change is that if you essentially are found guilty, whether you plead guilty, nolo contendere, no contest, or upon proof of such conduct provided during a hearing. Functionally, that doesn't change anything. It just clarifies the basis by which we may be able to bring a complaint. Their objection is a fear or a belief that, well, now someone could be found not guilty or not even convicted of a crime, but they still have to go before the PPC. Yeah, that's 100% true. And that's true today, and it would be true tomorrow. Even if you vote no, that doesn't change anything. We've always been able to bring cases before you without there being a criminal conviction. The next part is a little A4 for misconduct or other just cause. Again, that's the current language we already have. We're trying to clarify this by adding the language engaging in any behavior that can be reasonably construed as involving an inappropriate and overly personal and intimate relationship with, relationship, conduct, or focus. I've been doing this for over a decade. I cannot predict the type of behavior that I'm going to bring before you. No one can. You cannot have a bright line. This is exactly the kind of relationship that's okay, and this one is not. There's no way to do it. The concern from KSDE is that it's overly broad and vague, and that it's not fair because teachers are supposed to form close relationships with students. While that may be true, that teachers are trained and there is an expectation you have a friendship or a closeness with these students. Again, currently the language is misconduct or other just cause. So if there's a basis under the new language for me to bring a complaint, I already have that basis. There's no change in that. It's just providing clarification. Secondly, there's been no alternative language that's ever been proposed by anybody that doesn't like this language. This isn't just a matter of relationships. This is specific behavior that I'm concerned about and that you are concerned about, which is why I would point out this board voted unanimously back in 2018, to submit these regulations through the adoption process. That regulation language has not changed since then. Again, they are concerned with the language that we are adding, engaging in conduct that results in substantiated findings of abuse by the Kansas Department for Children and Families. We are adding that to the language. Current language says, again, for misconduct or other just cause. This is not a new grounds to bring a case before the State Board of Education. It's not going to change anything. What it does is it provides notice. It provides notice to the teachers that if you have a substantiation, that may be a basis for you to go before the State Board of Education where they get to keep your license. It also provides notice for DCF that this is a law that we will now be enforcing, and that is why we need to receive some of this information. I'm not going to go into the details of the hurdles that we've had to face over the past several years to get information, but they are substantive. I will point out the DCF substantiation, regardless of who makes it, whether it's a social worker or other employee there, it does require even a higher burden of proof than what I have to prove to the Professional Practices Commission. The objection is that social workers shouldn't get to dictate whether the misconduct occurred. Okay, they're not. Just because someone is substantiated, it doesn't say, by the way, that if you are substantiated, you lose your license. It's the behavior that leads to substantiation. It's still the underlying conduct that would be the basis for bringing a complaint. This language was actually requested by formal counsel to KSDE because she didn't think it was fair that teachers thinking, well, no one is ever going to know that I was substantiated. The school's never going to know, the board's never going to know. It's not going to be a licensing thing. So I won't bother appealing it. And then years later, they appear because I find out about it and I file a complaint. And someone says, well, wait a minute, I had no idea. If I had known this way back in the day, I might have appealed it. Now we're providing them with that advance notice. There was another addition, or A8, for engaging in academic dishonesty. And again, I could still file that complaint today under misconduct or other just cause. We're just trying to provide clearer language to put everybody on notice. KNEA's objection is that they don't know what academic dishonesty means. And the other part of that concern is that it allows for any level and any circumstance of academic dishonesty. Again, the language was added to provide notice. The PPC and the state board still maintain discretion. Just because there's an allegation that you may have miscited a source in a paper while you were in your teacher prep program, in theory, I could bring that particular complaint to the State Board of Education. I could do that yesterday, I could do it today. That doesn't change. But the PPC and the State Board still have discretion here to say, this is not worth losing someone's license over just because their punctuation and their grammar check didn't stop this from happening. A10 was added for failing to notify the Commissioner of Education as required. I think the only objection here was, and I've already talked to the attorney of the KNEA, it was referencing a citation that's not there anymore. It's moved over to 1B. It's no longer referenced in 1A. But that's not really new. That's always been a basis by which we could take someone's license, or you could take someone's license. Moving to A1A F1. This is on page 34 of your packet. Currently, these limitations refer to anyone who has already been denied a license or who has had a license revoked for the conduct. I have argued for years, and I think with almost a perfect record, you have agreed with me that those limitations should apply even if someone hasn't previously lost their license. So the proposed language is any person who has engaged in the conduct. So even if I never got to them ahead of time to get the license revoked, it could still be used as a basis to deny the license, and the limitations would apply. Here's the objection. This is a summary of it. The new language means everyone gets treated the same regardless of how long they've been previously licensed, and then it's not fair to hold them to the same standards. This may just be an issue of clarifying what our actual practice has been for the past forever. We do hold new applicants and currently licensed individuals to the same standards. In fact, the licensees generally are held to a higher standard if the conduct occurs while they are licensed. Candidly, I don't understand that objection from KNEA. We are trying to make it consistent, and we are trying to codify what our practice has been for the past decade or more. And the Doug Wright case, which was published before I was even here, which is, I think, the only published case dealing with PPC issues, the Court of Appeals said, yeah, that's fine, you can treat them the same way. We don't have a problem with that. Here is the current language whenever it comes down to the time limits. I know this is one of the stronger objections from KNEA. Currently, if someone who has had a license denied or revoked based on any of that conduct that's in that laundry list, whether it's a felony, whether it's a misdemeanor, whether conviction, not conviction, anyone that's had that license revoked or denied shall not be eligible for at least 5 years from the date of conviction or the commission of the act or acts, or until the person has satisfied the diversion agreement. I will share with you that this has been a point of contention on many cases. When does the 5 years start? Was it when the crime occurred, or was it when there's a conviction? I have always argued that if there's a conviction, it's from the date of conviction. The licensees, of course, always want to argue other than that. So we clarify it. We attempt to clarify it. And I'm going to cite one of your cases, one of your more recent cases, where I made that argument that if you've been convicted of a felony, you shouldn't be allowed to keep your license for at least 5 years from the date of conviction. And the state board agreed with me on that, and this was the finding, was that because the state law requires an applicant to for a new or renewed license to show at least 5 years of rehabilitation. The minimum of 5 years worth of rehabilitation should also be required from any licensed teacher wishing to remain their license. Candidly, I've been making the argument for years. I've been winning the argument for years. The state board agrees with me on this. We're just trying to codify it to where everyone is on notice up front. Here are the different time limits that exist in current law. If you've been convicted of anything and you lose your license, or you've had a license denied, it's 5 years. Unless you've been on diversion, then as soon as you finish the diversion, you're eligible. It's 5 years even if you were never criminally involved under the current law. Here are the changes. Felony conviction, because statute requires it, still a 5-year cooling off or waiting period before you can get a new license. We reduced the misdemeanor conviction from 5 years to either the term you complete your probation or 1 year from the date of conviction, whatever's longer. Diversion is the same. If you finish your diversion agreement, or once you finish your diversion agreement, you are eligible to be licensed. And everything else, if there's no diversion, bless you, if there's no diversion, no conviction, it's 1 year from the date of the occurrence. We're actually making it easier for people to get their license sooner than what the current law says. The next objection, I believe, was in 1BF, requiring the chief administrative officer to notify Randy, basically, or Commissioner Watson, of any license holder who is dismissed, resigns, or is otherwise separated from employment for any act, again, that was described. We are adding suspended or placed on administrative leave as a basis to require that reporting. Why are we doing that? Well, and here's the objection. There is a fear that suddenly there's going to be a huge flood of new investigations that my office is going to subject teachers to into these false allegations, and that there's a fear of longer wait times for us to process these more severe cases. I will tell you the biggest delay we have in processing our complaints is failure to get information from the school districts and failure for the school districts to give us the information once we receive it. Period. Across the board, those are the two reasons why cases take a while. Honestly, the notifications will improve as a matter of this. My goal, if these regulations pass as written, I will be going, and Commissioner Watson and I talked about a world tour, if you will, of Kansas, of providing guidance on what exactly this requirement means. If it turns out that there's a false allegation that a child makes against a teacher, and that the school district resolves it the next day, they tell us, by the way, we suspended the teacher with pay, this is what the allegation was, come to find out that student wasn't even there that day, it's all baloney. Okay, thanks for letting us know. That's fine. I'm not afraid of getting flooded with those complaints. What I'm tired of seeing is being told by administrators, oh, I didn't know that that's what I should report it to, and you know, we started the investigation, but the person quit, and so we didn't really do an investigation, and we didn't want to tell you, so we entered into a settle agreement with the teacher to where we promised to keep this a secret if you quit. I've got 2 of those folders on my desk right now that's exactly what the settlement agreements are. The purpose of this edition is to put everyone on notice that that is unlawful. I do believe it reduces the likelihood of passing the trash, and again, the language was added to provide clarification. School administrators were asking us, what exactly are we supposed to report to you? Hopefully this will clarify that. And candidly, if it means we get more cases, and they are the types of cases we need to take to the state board, I will hire more staff. We'll get it taken care of. The next objection was in 5B. Currently, if we're filing a complaint, and by filing a complaint, I don't mean just making a phone call. I mean the actual complaint that goes to the PPC and the state board, requires you to include the name and the last known address of the license holder or the applicant that's charged. The proposal is to remove that requirement from the body of the complaint. It does not mean that we're no longer allowed to find out where someone lives. It just means I don't have to put someone's personal address in a public record. That's all it is. I still have to have an address to mail it to them. We still mail it to their last known address. And it certainly does not prevent anyone from giving us updated information on their addresses. As a side note, one of the things that I've been discussing with Shane Carter on, assuming that these pass, we will be adding a provision to every licensure application requiring applicants to put a current email address in there and accepting that that is how we're going to be communicating with them on all matters. So we don't have to rely on the post office so much anymore, that they will be acknowledging and accepting service by electronic mail. It's just one of the processes we're going to try to remove some of the concerns that I think are going to be coming up next. 5B4 is on page 41. There's a reference there to, under current law, if I file a complaint with the PPC, then I have to attach a copy of every document that I have under my control. And the objection from KSDE is that that's not going to be fair to the applicants or the licensees, because then they have to ask for the documents and they're afraid they can't file an answer in time if they have to wait. The court documents are what we're talking about. When someone applies for a license, they're required to provide us with the certified court documents. They should already have them. So it's not a matter of being, oh, surprise, I didn't, well, we do hear this a lot. I didn't know I was convicted of that felony. Well, you should. You just should. If it turns out you need more time to file an answer, the regulation also provides that you can amend that within 30 days. And if you need more time to file your answer, that can be extended for another 10 days. And I will tell you candidly, many times we extend the deadlines beyond that, just as long as they don't become ridiculous. If someone sends us a notice, if they send us an email that says, nuh-uh, that counts as an answer. That they're going to get a hearing at that point. It's not like this is a very long, complicated thing they have to fill out for us. And the only other time I can think of where we would have documents would be photographs or copies of text messages between a licensee and a student that they probably would not want attached to a public record with their name on it anyway. So, and in those cases, we file those under seal, and it really hasn't been a problem. I have not had one licensee or applicant complain, hey, you were supposed to include my dirty pictures in with the complaint. Never had that come up. Can't imagine it would. And the next part is changing the deadline to file your answer from 20 days to 15 days. That's because there is inconsistency between the Administrative Procedures Act, which gives you 15 days to ask for a hearing, but then in our regulations, you had 20 days to file your answer. Candidly, if we get either of those things, you're going to get a hearing. Unless, again, it's been so long that we've assumed you're not going to answer. So that is, the 15-day deadline is consistent with other bodies of law. The last change, I believe, is on 2225. This is page 46 of your packet. The decision may be voted upon in the presence of all parties, or it may recess into executive session to deliberate and then vote in open session. KSDE's objection, their concern was they don't want anything that strikes the requirement that the PPC vote in open. And I will tell you, I had to go back last night or this morning saying, why did we strike this? And it's because the Attorney General's office says you don't have permissive language within a regulation. If it's not a shall, you don't put it in the regulation. There's not a shall here. There's never been a requirement for the PPC to vote in open. Generally it does, and I don't anticipate that practice ending. It's just, anytime we're changing these regulations, they found that that was improper regulatory language, so it got struck. But there's no reason to automatically assume that the PPC would necessarily change its practices. With that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Start with Kathy. Do you need a minute to catch your breath?
I'm good. Well, hold on. Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, thank you so much for going through that line by line. As I did that last night, I don't know, I think I had a little bit of the same attitude I see in you right now. So one question I am going to just bring out, because there was the whole thing about the address part and the whole requiring a licensee to update their address. I would assume that anybody who holds a license would want the agency that gave them that license to always have their correct address for abundance of reasons. So I certainly found that to be really interesting in their comments. But I just really want to thank you for just really walking through that very specifically and confirming, I guess, what I believed. So thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I may, for what it's worth, I think that's going to be another change we're going to add to the application, is to make it painfully obvious for everyone. You better keep us updated on your addresses. I have that phone call at least once every other week telling people, well, you moved and you didn't tell us. Or you don't open your mail except once a month. I've had that one. And yet that was, anyway, I digress.
Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a while since 2019, but I assume all of these regulations were proposed and approved by the Professional Standards Board?
Okay, so January 9th, 2018 is when the state board voted to send these through the adoption process the first time. Then in 2020, in reaction to 74-120 being amended, I brought them to you all again because we had to split 1A and 1B. These regulations never go to the Professional Standards Board, but they do go to the Professional Practices Commission.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
But the Professional Practices Commission asked for these?
they've seen them many times. The Professional Practices Commission, I will say both sets, because there was turnover since 2018, has said, yes, we want clarifying language. We think it would help everybody. I brought these up again with the PPC last month, 2 months ago, went line by line with them, and nobody had any problems with any of them.
You said that this really doesn't impact very many people. How many people in a year do you think the changes would bring into the review system? How many more?
None. There's not a single case I can think of that I'm just waiting, like, oh, I wish I could file this case.
Yeah.
It's going to be exactly the same. Honestly, the goal of these is not to increase my ground. Now, let me back up. We may and we should get more notices or notifications from superintendents. That may bring in more cases before the PPC. I have no idea what that number would look like.
Okay,
So
because we don't know how many agreements they have out there that we don't know about.
I don't know, yeah.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I think that is, so the volume of notification to Scott's office of something that was not notified before will probably increase. Whether that ends up going forward to a case, we won't know until we see it a year from now.
So the thing about DCF then, does DCF have to notify you or us?
Here's how
If they
our
get a
arrangement
report
with
on a
DCF
teacher?
works. Let me get, just because I had it up there earlier. So we have we have basically two MOUs actually with DCF. We provide that office with a list of everybody we have in our system, in Shane's system. If they discover that there's a match, it was like, oh, well, this person matches who we have substantiated. They send us a list of, here are the 5 or whomever this week that we found are substantiated. Then we will look at it and say, okay, well, what other information can you share with us? Candidly, there have been times that they look at their files again and realize, oh, they're actually not substantiated.
That's scary.
Okay, that's another conversation. Or it turns out, well, they actually did appeal that and they were supposed to come off the list, and they just never did. There are dozens of licensed teachers that have been substantiated by DCF that we have not pursued.
I believe that.
By choice. I mean, we look at the allegations, we look at the nature of the allegation, we look at how long it has been, have they been a successful teacher since then? Really, it's kind of the underlying what caused that finding. And again, just because you were substantiated by DCF, that does not mean a complaint is going to be filed by the department.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner.
I think as you get ready to vote, I think if you want to boil it down to pretty simple, this gives Scott more evidence about whether to bring a case. They'll still hear the case. they'll still make a recommendation to you. There's no part of that due process that gets circumvented in this. It just may stop other cases from never being brought because there's a lack of information sitting in his office. That's, again, the due process part doesn't kick in until he decides to move it to PPC and then on to you.
The number of times I've been told 2 or 3 years after the fact, well, we knew something hanky was going on there, but the law enforcement looked into it and they said it wasn't criminal, and DCF refused to look at it. So we just let the person, they just quit. But yeah, we sure don't think they should have a license, because we didn't know that that's something the department would want us to look into. That's what I'm trying to stop. That's the goal. And I think the last point, Madam Chair, if I may, my office, and not just my office, Commissioner Watson gets these calls all the time too. Everybody does. We get calls from parents, we get calls from schools, emails, if not daily, weekly. Well, I don't like what my kid's teacher did. 95% of those don't make it past the first or second phone call. So there are plenty of times that my office gets informed about what someone doesn't like. But if it doesn't reach these standards, then we don't bring it as a licensing issue. We try to advise the people as best we can. Just because I'm asking for amendments to these regulations, that doesn't mean we're trying to grab new cases that we couldn't file yesterday. So yes, there are plenty of times that we hear of cases, even we investigate cases, and we just decide that's not a licensing matter we're going to bring forward.
Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm ready to make a motion. It is moved that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the proposed amendments to its Professional Practices Commission Regulations, KAR 91-22-1A, 91-22-1B, 91-22-2, 91-22-5A, 91-22-9, 91-22-22, and 91-22-25.
Is there a second? Dina. Okay, the way that this will work is I'm going to just read down the roll call alphabetically, and you vote yes or no verbally. I'll start with Betty.
I vote no.
Kathy?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
I am next, and I'm voting yes. Dina?
Yes.
Dennis?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Jim McNeese is not here. Jim Porter?
Yes.
And Danny?
Yes.
That is an 8. I can count. That is an 8 yes, 1 no, and we're missing Jim. Motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And thank you for walking us through the detail. I echo everything that Kathy said. I think that was very helpful. We are going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 1:30. Deputy Commissioner, are you here for legislative matters? Hey, welcome back from across the street.
Thank you. Sorry I couldn't make it yesterday, but by the time I got back, you guys were all gone. So I will keep this as brief as you want because I know that you're already well past your ending time. But I do want to go through some of the things that have been going on. And we've been, in my updates, I've been saying we expect things to start happening. Well, Monday is when they started happening. So let's see. There we go. So today is officially the 44th day of the session, and it's supposed to be a 90-day session, so that's halfway done. But you remember, some of that's got to be time for vetoes, those kinds of things. So we'll see what happens. But very few bills have passed both chambers, and so very little has gone back and forth. We'll talk a little bit about some of those things. Last time in February when I was here, I talked about some bills that directly impacted the State Board of Education. So I just wanted to review those. The first one is 2612. That was the one that was going to say that if a school district was out of compliance with any regulation, they could not be accredited. It had a hearing, no action. So technically that's dead, but could always come back up in conference or something like that, but nothing else happened with it. 2521, Senate Bill 407 really didn't go anywhere, but 2521 has passed out of K-12 budget, and it was on the floor this morning, and it's been recommended for approval. They'll probably vote on it tomorrow. There were a number of amendments to it, the bill. The biggest ones really were that you might remember at first it said that the state board could require mentoring. Now actually 2 years of mentoring is required in the bill. So it's kind of interesting. So it changed some of those things, put some things in about pedagogy, but it still would require that the State Board of Education grant licenses to organizations that you have not accredited. So that part is still there. 2669, that's the one where with the mental health intervention teams, it moves it from KSDE or to KDADS. That has passed the House. It's been referred to the Senate. The Senate hasn't had a hearing on it yet, but that's actually followed the appropriate process. It just is still moving. And then 501 and 2785, which transfers the, would move parents as teachers to an office of early childhood. That's been blessed. It's had a hearing, I think again, actually had hearings on the 7th and the 11th in the House, but nothing else has happened with that. But blessed means it's still alive and moving. So we kind of get to some of the other ones. So the first one I'll talk about is current year enrollment. So there were two different bills, 386 and 2485. Both of them have passed out of their committee. The big difference, the thing that is the same about them. Originally, they had a provision that if a district closed a school building, they had to use current year enrollment in the following year. That's been taken out of both bills. The House K-12 budget, when they approved it this past week, they delayed the implementation until 25-26. For the Senate bill, it would actually go into effect next year. So otherwise, they're pretty similar. So we'll just have to see what happens when how they get through both chambers, and then what happens in conference with those. That is one. It seems like moving to current year and prior year enrollment seems to be moving forward. The big question is how do you treat the continuously declining districts that are going to see a drop and a drop because you'll lose 1 year of decline moving forward. After you've made the transition, it's really the same. It's just the transition year and how they deal with that. So K-12 budget said, well, we give you 1 more year to prepare, and then it'll happen after that. Then I just crossed off Senate Bill 387 because nothing about 387 is the same anymore because of what happened yesterday. So I'll just move on to that now. So Senate Bill 387 is now, should be, as soon as we actually get to see it, is now House sub for Senate Bill 387 because House K-12 budget took everything out of Senate Bill 387 and put several bills into it. So the first bill is 2514, which actually is the House's version of the open enrollment bill. So that part actually makes some sense. They did actually make some improvements to the open enrollment process, clarified that a student that is currently attending a district but is is an out of district student doesn't have to go through the lottery. They can stay. Some of those things made sense. The House bill clarifies that districts have to make a policy for what it means to not be in good standing. They can apply that policy before the student is enrolled. That was in the House bill and not in the other one. The other thing that they cleaned up was the transportation, is that if transportation is required to be paid for, then somebody has to pay for it. And so the most common conversation about was students with IEPs. If transportation is in the IEP, the receiving school will have to pay for transportation. They would get reimbursed 80% of that through the special education funding formula. We'll see what happens. We'll get to that later, so that would actually change a little bit. 2489 was the bill that limits actually gives the legislature first right of refusal on districts selling property. So the first thing they were trying to fix is it was going to be only for attendance centers. So if a district bought land and then decided they didn't need that land, they could sell it, and the legislature didn't have first right of refusal. That was the First Amendment. That's what the bill tried to do. They added several amendments on Monday. The first one is that it lets the Legislative Coordinating Council waive legislative action if the legislature is not in session. Currently, if a school board in June says we want to sell this property, they would have to wait until the legislature came back in January and then wait 45 days to see if they were going to do anything. Once the legislature decides to use this, they can actually extend for 180-day so they can make it take months after that. In this case, the Legislative Coordinating Council could say, no, that's fine. We're not going to do anything with that. The next one is it clarifies the 45-day window. If the legislature doesn't take action in 45 days, then they've forfeited their right to this, and the district can move forward. They added language that a school district cannot deny a buyer solely for the purpose of opening a non-public school. There are districts that have policies that they don't sell properties to entities that are going to open a non-public school. This would make that illegal. And then lastly, they exempted buildings that did not receive capital improvement state aid. So what that means is that it wasn't until 1992 or thereabouts that there was any state aid for bond and interest. And so if the building is older than 1992, they're saying the state has no interest because there was no state money that went into the building. Now there are only 84 districts that are currently receiving bond and interest state aid. So even those buildings that get built without state aid in the future, the state has no interest in those properties. So it clarifies that. The next one is 20, and by the way, stop me on any of these because we have several to go. So you don't need to hold your questions till the end. 2506 was authorizing students enrolled in virtual schools to participate in activities in their resident school district without being enrolled. Currently, KSDE had a rule that said if you are a virtual school student attending somebody else's virtual school, you had to be enrolled in something if you were going to participate in your resident district. This would eliminate that, except for things where everybody else has to be in the class. So band is an example. In order to participate in band, you have to be enrolled in band. So you can require that. Debate and forensics are a lot of times, choir, those kinds of things where everything happens during class, you could still require that. But football, basketball, mostly the sporting activities, you don't. What they did was also amend it, so now they will change the way part-time virtual school students are funded. So currently, full-time virtual school students are funded at $5,600. There are no waitings. If you're not full-time, then you get funded at some portion of $2,800. And so if you are a 0.9 or a 90% virtual student, they get funded at 0.9 of $2,600, not 0.9 of $5,600. That was a change several years ago. They've now eliminated that, so it goes back to the student would get funded at whatever the FTE is. Some of that came back from virtual schools who would not allow students to be enrolled in the virtual school if they wanted to be in band in their home school, because what it changed the funding about. So this is some attempt to make that more common. I think there's also a state law that says you have to allow part-time enrollment, so I'm not really sure how that worked anyway. So that's on 2506. 2594, this was the Education Funding Task Force. This bill abolishes the current Special Education Task Force, and it changes some of the membership. One of the things, Randy would no longer be an ex officio member, it would be me. They removed a parent position and added a teacher position as a voting member, and then they added Bert Moore by position too, because it was the director of special ed and federal programs. So mostly those were all the changes, that were expanded a little bit and changed it to who it was. 2650 we've talked a little bit about. This is the at-risk bill. So they made some changes to it, but so in essence what it does is that school districts now will have to report to the State Board of Education their at-risk plan. And that plan will have to include 2 cohorts of students, and these are closed cohorts. So that means if you start with 40 kids in it and you track it for 4 years, it can only get smaller, it can't get bigger. The advantage to that is, and what the legislature talked about, is that now we're looking at longitudinal information. So we're seeing what's happening to the students we're working with year after year, not just gauging what's happening with everybody who's considered at risk, which, since mobility is one of the at-risk factors, it's not the kids that are moving in and out. You're still serving those students, but they're not part of the cohort. So there has to be 2 of them. One of them has to be 3rd grade, and you have to use state assessments as one of the measures. You can use another measure. And then the other has to be a grade 1 through 8. You have to use state assessments if it's available, wouldn't be for 1st graders, but then you can you can use other measures for that. It keeps in the language about if one group doesn't make the goal the following year, that district is not eligible for the increase in at-risk funding based on the increase in the base aid. If it's one, you get half of it. If both of them don't make it, you don't get any increase. So your at-risk funding would be based on the previous year's base state aid. Some other things that changed in there, they did remove the state board's regulation about accreditation. So that they put in there that if you're in violation of a regulation, you have to work with the Department of Education to get compliant. They put that in the bill. That is actually your regulation, so they took it back out. So it doesn't change anything. But they did talk about that the State Board of Education cannot substantially change ELA or math standards. What it did say, you couldn't change them at all. So now it says you can't substantially change them, and they define substantially as necessitating a change in the state assessment. So you could change the standards as long as you don't have to change the state assessment because of the change in the standards. It also talks about, took out the 2030 as part of the state board's goal, but this process of identifying cohorts will continue until that school district has 75% of its students in levels 3 and 4 on the state assessment. So until that happens, you just keep putting together these 4-year cohorts in cycle over and over. Then about they did make a change with the at-risk programming. And so originally they kind of took out everything about the list. It was interesting that the state board had to post a list, but you didn't have to approve one. So they've actually kind of gone back into the original language, but they have removed the 5-year part in the peer review. So in essence, what Dr. Proctor showed you last month, you could go with the long list into the short list, but you would still have to have a list. And it does allow for provisional activities. So the districts will be able to submit provisional that would get approved by the state board. I've already talked to the person that offered the amendment about this. There's a problem that those have to be peer reviewed annually. And that's kind of the problem, is that if you use the federal definition of peer review, we can't do that. So it just needs to be changed so that, I mean, that they have to evaluate it annually was fine, just not call it peer review. One other thing that they did change, which was one of the things that we asked for them to do, is that they redefined above and beyond. So that above and beyond is at-risk programming that is above and beyond the regular education for students that are at risk. However, all students can get collateral benefit as long as it doesn't cost more money. So the best example of this is letters training. So letters training is something that you can spend at-risk funding on. Since the state is paying for a lot of it, that may not be something that you would be doing now. But letters training helps every student, but you're doing it because you have students that are at risk of not learning to read. And so because it doesn't cost any more to train the teachers in letters than it would to teach the at-risk students, then you can do that for everybody. There are several programs that districts do in the classroom where all students are doing it, are benefiting from it, but it's really there because of at-risk students. So it actually says that now that's okay. So there are a couple of things that actually the bill helps with. Any questions about that one? Because that's a long one. Okay. So the next one is 2717. This is a bill that has to do with how adult virtual students are funded. So just so you know, so adult virtual students, which is somebody over 19, if they're virtual students, the funding is by credit. And so once the student has earned the credit, then the district can submit for funding. And so this is just to clarify some things that were already things we were doing with auditing. They did make one edit or amendment to the bill, which was important because the original language left it open that the districts that are providing this could, they're limited to 6 credits a year per student, but it said that they could do it for any previous year. So you could get 21 credits and you got paid for 6 this year and then 6 the next year and 6 the next year. And what this does is limited, it's only for the previous year. And so they report how many were earned the previous year and then they get funded that year. And then it was special education. So 2738 is the House's special education bill. We actually worked on this for a while this morning, and the letters on the bills and the numbers don't match up, so we're still working on this one. The big changes that are obvious is that the original bill meant that as part of the regular education that gets included when we get down to excess costs. Remember, we take total special ed expenditures and then we subtract out general education. So in the current law, at-risk, bilingual, CTE and transportation are not considered regular education because it's all for something kind of above and beyond. It's not something everybody qualifies for. This original bill was going to count those in there. Now they've taken that back out. So the biggest change that's going on here is that they're counting LOB as part of the, so when you figure out what the appropriation is going to be, they subtract out the LOB that districts get because special education state aid is figured into the LOB calculation. I will say that the LOB is still actually is controlled by a local vote of the local school board, and it is still raised mostly by a local tax levy. But this would reduce the state's obligation for special education by those funds. So, and what that does is it basically, it means that they're closer to the 92% without putting any money in. That's what it does. And then we'll get to the next part, which is the budget, because that will talk about what they're doing with that. So 2802 was the governor, there was the House version of the governor's budget bill. And so they have amended the education portion of that into Senate Bill 387. So this is all now tied up in there with the policy and the budget together. So the first thing they did is they removed the governor's 5-year special education funding plan. just so you know, your 4-year plan was never in that bill because this was the governor's bill, but it was part of ours. So, but then they replace it and they add $75 million of state general fund and $2.5 million of recovery funds for FY25. So they would take about the $521 million of FY24 appropriation and add $77.5 million for it. Just so you know, back in the base bill, that $77.5 million is distributed based on a funding model that you have to develop. Because part of the bill says that any additional funds above FY24 shall be distributed based on a formula or a method determined by the State Board of Education, considering excess costs by district. Just so you know, you get to do something else. Then they deleted the $30 million for the Child Care Accelerator. That's in the Children's Cabinet budget, which is actually part of the KSDE budget. They deleted, stipulate that the $5 million for public-private is one time. That's what it was planned for. They just put it in there that it was going to be one time. Removed $815,000 for specialty care. That was from tobacco funds, by the way. They removed the $3 million for the mental health improvement team. Some of that is because they think that's moving to KDADS anyway, so that was part of that conversation. It wouldn't go into our budget if the whole thing's moving anyway. So the next one's getting a little interesting. So the governor included her budget, our request for $1.9 million in increased professional development funding. And so for that one, they left that in there, but it's restricted. The $1.9 million can only be spent for professional development on science of reading and math instruction. So what's already there, which is about 1.2 million, can still be used the way we've always used it. The new money has to be used for these. And just as a reminder, this is a match situation with district spending. So the next one is the mentor teachers. So we asked for $1 million. Right now, we try to provide mentor teachers for the first 3 years. And so the idea is that we can pay $1,000 stipend, and so the state pays that for those first 3 years. We've never been able to pay the $1,000 for all 3 years. So what we do is we start with the first year as $1,000, and we go as far into the second year for $1,000, and then the third year mentors get prorated. Is what's happened. So we think $1 million will actually fully fund that. That's what we asked for. But if it doesn't, we have to prioritize K-5 teachers implementing the science of reading, which means that if we can't fully fund all 3 years, we would have to fully fund the K-5 teacher mentors and do something else with the secondary teacher mentors. And then the next part is, so you did not ask for an enhancement for safe and secure schools. The governor's budget kept the $5 million in there. But now that will only be used for a Zero Eyes, which is an AI gun identification software that goes on top of existing cameras. The $5 million based on the presentation that K-12 budget was given from the Zero Eyes company would be 5,600 licenses, and the state board shall put together a pilot program to deploy those 5,600 licenses. And that's all that happened in the last 2 days. So just so you know, Senate Education, I sent this out in some of the information. So on the 29th, we were asked to go to Senate Education, and so we gave an overview of special education state aid appropriation, distribution, and overview of federal aid. They asked for what would be a way to distribute funds other than with the current formula. And what's gone on there is there's been so much conversation and confusion about the myth that districts are getting more in a special education state aid than they have in expenses, all related to the 92% excess costs, which was never meant to be a district level calculation. And so I would say there is a lot of reluctance to put any more money into the current distribution model. So the Senate Education asked, so what's another way to do it? So we put together a plan that's based on the local effort. So what we did is we looked at how much each district had to spend out of local funds use that as a percentage to decide, well, you could use this to distribute whatever more money you could put in there. So we showed them that. I think we included that, sent that out a week or so ago to the state board. And then Senate Bill 532, which is the literacy blueprint, has been moving through. There are a couple things in there that are concerns with current language has the state, well, it actually talks about the State Board of Regents and the State Board of Education, and then sometimes it just says the state board. So we wanted to clarify what they're talking about. And then it also had, there's a couple places where, there's one place where it talks about the State Board of Regents directing school districts to use certain assessment tools. They say that was an error, and so it's supposed to be getting fixed tomorrow during the hearing. So I have not yet seen the amendment, but that's supposed to be happening. Okay. And, oh, actually I have more. So these are some other bills that have been passed. 2494 is a cardiac. That's the one where districts have to come up with a cardiac plan, but KDHE has to come up with how to do that. Prohibiting the use of 18-year-olds can't use cell phones in school zones and work zones. Schools can have emergency medication kits. That would be for epinephrine and albuterol. And then statewide drug abuse dare officer, that's through the AG. Allowing juvenile offenders to actually leave their facility to for educational purposes, including the placement of foster care as a criteria for students eligible at risk. This is fine. Majority of foster care students would already qualify under another provision for at risk, but this would be fine. And then I still don't understand this one, authorizing counties to use home rule powers to exempt from conducting school sanitary inspections. I haven't spent a lot of time with that one. I don't even know why that's an issue, but, and that's it. That's everything that's happened in 44 days.
Ann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was also noticing, because I'd missed it, that 407's actually passed out of committee.
Okay.
So it's sitting,
Okay.
I saw it below the line the other day. In 2017, since they took out that was the Graduation Alliance bill, since they took out that past payment, they really don't get anything out of it, do they?
So,
Money-wise?
so this was brought forward by Graduation Alliance, which works with one of our districts. They were unhappy with the way an audit went. And so they basically, we are codifying in legislation what our audit procedures were. They think it would have made a difference 2 years ago. We don't think it would have made a difference.
Okay.
So,
And the 75 million from ARPA, they can't really do that, right?
so that's only 2.5 million from ARPA. That was
okay,
discussed in
75.
committee yesterday. So the State Board of Education was given $4 million of ARPA funds for E-rate. And so there's when districts apply for E-rate projects, 90% comes from E-rate. There has to be a 10% state match. So we were given $4 million to pay the 10% match. In 2 years, we only spent $500,000. So we have where the window closes on the 27th. So we'll know how much it's going to be that we'll need.
Yeah,
And we'll be sending it back.
but they can't redirect it,
So
right?
we will be sending it back to the recovery office. It will be up to somebody else to figure out who can decide where it goes from there.
But it won't come from us.
It won't come from us. We will send it back to the recovery office.
Well, you almost got a chance to explain that, but not quite.
No.
The only other thing, Zero Eyes, doesn't that also have an ongoing subscription cost once you get it in? I mean,
So the $5 million is for 5,600 licenses for 3 years. So I'm assuming that after the 3 years, you would be paying another.
okay.
I mean, there could be some sort of startup cost, so it might not be $5 million for the next 3
Gotcha.
years. But yes, it would have an annual, it would have some sort of annual contract.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
And as I understand it, Zero Eyes not only has an annual contract, but the district is charged based on how many camera feeds there are.
So the $5 million is supposed to cover 5,600 camera licenses. And so
Camera
that's what it's for. Each camera has a license for the software, and then the monitoring of that camera. And so districts have to already have compatible cameras in place.
Board members, any other? Kathy?
Could you tell me what ARPA is?
It's COVID-related funds. It's American Rescue Plan. Yeah, okay, yeah. And so it was a different bucket than ESSER was. And so those funds went through the governor's office, whereas ESSER funds came through the State Department, yeah.
Any other questions for Dr. Harwood?
Things are gonna move, as happened the last 2 days, quickly. So you're gonna see action to the floor, you're gonna see action, and things are gonna go to conference, and things are gonna happen quite quickly, and then all that's gonna be allowed in these mega bills is a vote up or down. I mean, that's the purpose of it. So that, so you can look at this, just everything that Frank went through that's in the House sub 387. My guess is each one of you could point to things that you really like, point to things you really don't like. The question is going to be, do you vote yes or no if you're a Kansas legislature? And then the question is going to be, what does the governor do if the bill passes out? And this is what makes it difficult for your legislative liaisons to know what to do.
One thing that everybody could do tonight, though, is call your House rep and tell them to vote no on 2521 tomorrow, because it clearly steps all over our ability to manage licensure. Passed on a voice vote today, but they'll take a...
And Kathy may want to, do you want to speak to that? Because you'd said some things to me, I don't know if you do or not, 2521.
I'm just obviously very concerned about the constitutionality of it and obviously what our response would be if they did pass it. But I definitely with you, Ann, on everybody make phone calls, send emails. And to me, the argument is right there. I don't care what else it does or doesn't do. It's not their lane. And they just need to let it go. So.
And if they wondered, there are court cases that lay that out. We've already been to court on this. So.
I apologize for having to leave after I got here because the call I got was from a legislator wanting to know how to vote on 2521, and he will vote no. At least that's what he said, and I believe him. This is something that we all need to know because in the past, after these bills have passed and have gone to the governor, the chair and the vice chair of the board with the approval of the State Board of Education have actually met with the governor asking her to veto. And so we need to know what, we won't meet between now and then, I don't suppose, but we need to know that because, on 2521 especially, I think that we can probably get a consensus that we need to do that. But we will need some guidance. And since I'll be someplace else, Melanie will need some guidance.
And that's something that we can literally just kind of thumbs up, thumbs down. Like, is there anyone here at the table today that would not want us to ask the governor to veto? Okay, I see head shaking.
This is the difficulty because you're not seeing by any means the final bill.
Right.
So this is what makes it hard. What you've just seen for House sub for 387 may be half, and there may be something else in there of the other half. I mean, the Senate's got to weigh in, it's got to go to conference, and you're not going to meet again before that happens. So
currently 2521 is a standalone bill.
Yeah.
So that would be the easier one. The rest of them are, but it doesn't mean it won't get rolled into 387 at some point either.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Is it not possible for us to hold a special meeting via Zoom?
We could hold a special meeting via Zoom.
It
I mean, if you
is,
feel
and
like
I
it's
think
important enough.
at some point you would want staff to say to you, these are things we have concerns about, and you can say, well, here's other things I have concerns or I don't have concerns, but at least then you would know what our analysis is.
Yes.
Frank kind of gave you the weather report today, But, we would have some concerns. And there's other things we think the legislature's worked really well with us on, and would be fine. So we would just have to have, or can tell you, 24 or 48-hour notice of a public meeting, and you could do that via Zoom with an open chance for people to at least view.
Yep. As a reminder, our next board meeting is April 9th, so it comes a little bit earlier than it might normally in April. I'm going to call on Michelle.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. So I did have a legislature rep reach out to me, and I asked, she wanted to know my thoughts on the bill 2521, and I said, why are they trying to pass this bill? And she said, teacher shortage, and I said, well, then they'd have to change the law when there isn't a teacher shortage. And she said, well, that's a good question. I mean, you'd have to change the law every time. You'd have to keep changing the law as well. So that was brought up earlier today in a when someone reached out to me. So I agree with everyone there as far as the constitutionality of it, but also that was the reasoning behind it was teacher shortage. That was their explanation of why they're passing that bill.
Even the practicality is, I do not believe, we are obsessed, at least I am, and I think you all are, that we make sure that everybody knows how to teach reading. I don't think there's any question here, and I don't believe that that process requires that. So we're saying in one hand, we expect everybody that goes to school in Kansas to be able to teach reading, but come on in. And that's, that to me, I mean, the main argument is the constitutionality, but the practical argument is we bring people in that are absolutely inconsistent with our focus on making sure every kid in Kansas can read.
Any other comments, questions? All right. Thank you, Dr. Harwood. And thank you, Ann and Dina, for all the work that you've been doing across the street. We are ready for the consent agenda. So, yeah, items C and E were pulled. Shane, would you like to, well, or whoever wants to go first. I guess Kelly's here too. C was above E, right? So I think this was Danny's. Yep. Do you want to ask your question, or you just said you wanted discussion?
Yeah, how do you know we're getting 3 for 1? And then also, do they give you the times on the radio and the TV where your 3 for 1s are not all from midnight to 3 in the morning?
That is absolutely correct. We get this very large Excel file that shows the exact location of when the PSA was ran, so the time, the location. So yes, that's how we know. Yes, it is after the fact, yes.
Yeah, and yes. And do we ever ask questions, does it make more sense to spend our $50,000 in prime time where whoever the demographics we're trying to go after, does it make more sense maybe not to get 3 for 1, but get more for our buck by people listening?
Yes, absolutely. That's a reasonable question. I do know from reading the last report that, and I don't have the percentage of those PSAs, but I do believe they do guarantee a certain percentage ran during the prime time, during like the 6 o'clock news or the 7 o'clock news versus 1 o'clock in the morning, right when hopefully everyone is in bed sleeping.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And then,
Madam Chair.
I've heard a lot about your shoes today, Shane. A lot about your shoes.
I like shoes, so you gotta go between my shoes and Scott's tie, right?
And we asked you back for item E, act on recommendations of the licensure review committee.
Yes,
Kathy?
so if you would like me to go ahead and address some of the questions you had, Kathy, or do you want to?
Well, my reasoning for doing this was
Or Ms.
because
Hopkins,
this is our
sorry.
first go at passing through people who did not pass the test. And so they went through the rubric to see if we could get them in a different way. And I just wanted us as a full board to really have a full grasp of how exactly that's working. If you feel like it's working well, what the licensure LRC feels like, yeah.
Yeah, yep, sure. And Ms. Hopkins, I know there wasn't a lot of information that was included in that agenda item, but there's not a whole lot to report out of there. So if you all recall, with this content test appeal, we were taking a holistic look at these educators and trying to determine if, based on their these criteria, their GPA in the program they completed or in that content area, to their test score, did it meet a certain range of scores to be awarded points, and then evaluations by the district for constructs of the KEEP evaluation for content, which that would be the educator demonstrated a thorough knowledge of content, and then the teachers provided a variety of innovative applications of knowledge. So it's kind of a two-part process. We do a pre-screen, we being the licensure team. So those first 4 items are addressed, and there's a total of 20 points that an individual can receive when they apply. They have to reach at least 15 in order to move to the next step, which is that licensure review committee interview. So once they make it through that first pre-screen, we contact the individual and let them know that we're going to set up a licensure review committee meeting with them, and we tell them that you need to be prepared to address these particular content standards that are related to the appeal, and then we ask them to provide any evidence ahead of time, such as lesson plans, units of instruction, or professional development training, anything the board can take a look at that would kind of point to the fact that they're going to meet these standards. And then once we have them appear in person, each of our committee members has an opportunity to interview and ask questions about that content standard, and then they all rate that individual based on that interview. And then at the end, they make that determination of where they are on that scale between 1 and 5. And if that person receives a total of 18 points at the end, at that point, then they can qualify for their license. Well, they're recommended to you for you to approve them for a license.
If I may. So in that interview process, each person on the committee is giving them a number as well. 'Cause I don't think I caught all of that part before. So
Yes, independently
okay.
scored by
Okay.
each committee member, and then they come together to discuss
Very nice.
those results.
And they do have to even start, they have to appeal to you. Like, it's not an automatic, you reach out to them. They have to ask for that.
Correct. So there's an application they'll submit, and then when we do our pre-screen, so little stats about, or some information about how many people have actually qualified. So we received roughly 50 applications.
Okay.
Of those 50, 15 off the bat didn't qualify, so we had to remove those, and they won't go any further. We had some that were trying to request some additional information or verify some additional pieces so we can actually finish the pre-rubric. And at this time, these 4 that went through the first 4, but we have 5 scheduled to go through in April, and there's another 8 that are lined up after that, or we expect to be lined up after that, excuse me.
Okay. And I did hear you say they actually come here in person.
No, so
No,
we've been
it's
setting up
Zoom.
Zoom based
Okay.
on, so once again, we're doing volunteers, and based on schedules, we've kind of had to move our meetings to the evening time.
Sure.
And that's been successful for us thus far.
Thank you.
Okay. We voted yesterday to approve consent minus C and E. So we will now vote on consent minus C and D, and then we'll vote separate on the 2 that we just heard about. Okay. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, voting for the consent agenda as amended? And opposed? Abstain. Okay, we do have Jim. Okay, so sorry? Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, so everyone in the room voted yes. So you've got 8, 0, and Michelle's 1 abstention. And then for item C, act on request to approve a contract request for the Kansas Association of Broadcasters for Child Nutrition. I would need a motion to approve that on its own. Ann and Dina, discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain? Same vote, motion passes. And then for E, act on recommendations of the Licensure Review Committee. Kathy, second from Dina. Discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And Michelle, so that's 8-0. Sorry, 9-0. All right, that's consent. Thank you. And then we will move quickly, trying to get you guys out of here, to the chair report. Act on, my remark is I'm going to try to get you out of here. Act on board travel requests. It's in your packet. I would welcome a motion to approve board travel. And you may note that it looks a little different. Deborah pointed out that the printout that you have today is for anything that's happening after today's date. So if you recently added something for a date prior to today, it's not on this list. And if you have any changes, feel free to sit.
The only
as a
thing I would
reminder-
add is the 19th of Service Center meeting in Concordia for future.
And a reminder that the K-Toy regional banquets are all upcoming. If anybody needs to add those, you may have already done so with Deborah, in which case you don't need to mention it. Dina?
Well, and I have already told Deborah, but I didn't know whether you needed to, this body needed to know. Because Master Teacher Award Dinner is in the first week of April. I think it's Wednesday. I think it's maybe the 3rd. So, just so you all are aware.
Where's that at, Dee?
Emporia.
All right. Any other changes? Ann?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? Jim Porter? All in favor, raise your hand. Michelle approves, and we lost Betty, so that's 8-0. I'm already bad at counting to 10, and now people are moving around. All right. And committee reports, and Betty just left. The policy committee did meet yesterday. Any other committee reports, Dina?
Well, I think it's something you need to all be aware of, that we were, Ann and I were asked via Molly to meet with Liz Sosa and those folks who are representing ABCTE. So we're doing that at 3 today, along with Shane Carter. So just so you're all aware, we're being transparent, we'll put it that way, to talk about 25, 21, and 407.
Thank you, Dina. Anybody else on committee reports? Okay. Shane gave yours. Board attorney report.
I'll pass today, and I also, excuse myself, I have to take a phone call with the court at 2:30, so.
Okay, Mark's going to pass for today. I don't think you're going to hear any complaints as we're running pretty far behind. Jim's going to complain.
Devastated.
All right, last but not least, requests for future agenda items. Ann?
Yeah, I don't know if we can work this in or not, but I was talking to the gentleman who runs Peasley Tech, and they have really ramped up their youth apprenticeships, which I wasn't aware of. They're doing quite a few of them. And right next door is the Lawrence Early Childhood Learning Center. But I think sometime it'd make a cool field trip, or maybe we just set a date after board sometime anybody's interested, go over and see. But Peasley Tech's kind of a public-private partnership that does career and tech ed training, and it's really, really cool. I think you'd be impressed. It's in Lawrence. So anyway, something to think about. Thanks.
I like it. Thanks, Ann. Anybody else? Dennis? Oh, now you shut up. Michelle, wait. I got so Dina, did you already, you were on the list? I just missed Michelle. Okay, Michelle.
Just to reiterate, I think it was brought up again today during the assessments, high quality instruction, especially how it would apply to like career standards and things like that. Just to give examples to show, you know, bring in a book or something and just show what high quality instruction materials would look like as opposed to not high quality instruction materials.
Got it. Thank you. And Dina had another, and then Danny?
Yeah, what I've thought about for quite a while, and today at the information about math, there was kind of an indication that they were looking at curriculum, but I don't know for sure whether it was they were developing curriculum or whether they're checking out the curriculum that school districts have purchased. And Randy's nodding his head. So it just seems to me that, and I've thought this quite often, that some of our issues with assessments truly may be that the curriculum that kids are being taught does not include all of our standards. And so that's definitely an issue. If you're being tested on something you've not learned, that's A, not fair, and B, is not giving us the information we need to know. So I just think we need to be made aware of if there's other tested arenas that may be the issue. And I know that we basically have changed our reading component, but language arts is also a part of that reading is a component, but it's not the only focus. So to know whether at each grade level kids are really receiving the instruction they need to do well on the assessments, I think is important.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you, Dina. And Danny?
I talked to Randy, but I'm bringing up here, I've had some calls from teacher about room clear, about how that's being handled. And I'd like to get that on the agenda sometime to visit about it.
I want to follow up on that. We've had some of the same discussions about that and other things. So I've already convened a group that's going to meet on the 8th of April that's made up of people from our staff, the special education staff, TASN, the Technical Assistant Network, Disability Rights Center of Kansas, Families Together, and several like that, to put together to try to address that issue and other issues, but also bring the board up to date on the seclusion and restraint, because all these things are related. So the reason that we're meeting on April the 8th is so that we can do the planning to make a major presentation on that and other subjects related at the June board meeting.
Are we asking some teachers that have reached out?
Whenever we do the planning meeting, we will determine at that point how to proceed, and that would be a reasonable assumption.
Not that I know anything, but it seemed like the teachers that were reaching out to me had good common sense about room clear and that weren't trying to badmouth anything or anything like that, but have good information about, because they're interested in all the students in their class, not just that one that causes the problem.
And room clear is just one aspect of a much larger issue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dennis?
I would just like to have like maybe a follow-up. Trish Backman presented to us last fall on mental health. I think it would be good to have her come back. There's probably more data coming out, you know, throughout the year. Cell phone use and just suicide prevention, things that are really significant in individuals' lives. She's interacted with parents, I'm sure, about that. And also, Ben gave us sort of his perspective on SEL. I'd like to hear her perspective on that.
Anyone else? Kathy?
It's not really a future request item. I just wanted to real quick ask and put out there that I found on KSDE's website, the Parent Perception Survey. And I did want to ask if that got pushed out to all of our districts to help get more people involved in that, and then how long it's available.
Thank you, Kathy. Yes, the early return rate was not very good, so we have tried to again push it out again. Ben mentioned it on the Thursday Zoom last week. I think that window now is closed. I'm looking over at Tiffany because Denise would know, and I don't know if you know.
I haven't received any updates, but last I knew it's open through March 31st.
Okay, so if that's true, Kathy, we'll mention it again on this Thursday. And then that's actually Higher Paths that's doing that. That company I talked about, that post-secondary, they're actually doing that. What's parents' perceptions of, you know, that post-secondary. So, but once we get that, we'll have them present that to you.
Thank you. So real quick, that's the Parent Perception Survey that it sounds like is maybe, we're confirming that it sounds like it's open until March 31st. So for anybody who's perhaps watching the Zoom or on YouTube, you would be able to find that on the KSDE website. All right. Our next board meeting will be April 9th and 10th, and we will be on site at the School for the Deaf and Blind on the second day. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, on the 10th. So I will see you back here on the 9th. We are adjourned.